call of the Senate has been moved and properly sustained. Will the sergeants please close the doors, allow no senators to leave, and return those who are absent from the chambers? And will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators Bridges, Buckner, Coleman, Cook, Coram, Danielson, Donovan, Fields, Gardner, Gonzalez, Hansen, Henriksen, Heisey, Holbert, Jaquez Lewis, Kirkmeyer, Kolker, Lee, Liston, Lundeen, Moreno, Pedersen, Priola, Rankin, Rodriguez, Scott, Simpson, Smallwood, Sonnenberg, Story,
Here.
Winter, Woodward, Zenzinger, Bridges, Coleman, Cook, Coram, Danielson, Gonzalez, Henriksen, Jaquez Lewis, Kirkmeyer, Kolker, Lee, Liston, Scott, Smallwood, Winter, Lee, Bridges, Coleman, Danielson, Gonzalez, Henriksen, Liston, Smallwood, Henriksen, Smallwood, Danielson, Bridges, Liston,
We're just going to go directly into special, right? We have committee reports?
We have none, not yet, the two appropriations. Anything in the two appropriations?
Who's on the list?
Like this doesn't make them absent. See what I'm saying? He's still marked as here.
Yeah. Where's we're not ready with the calendars yet, you guys, so.
Just one more thing.
Coleman.
Great. Go ahead. Yep. Yeah, this would be fine.
Really? I got order committee report, you see we're not showing this anymore? Oh, but everything else is the same. Oh, then we can keep this one. Okay. We don't keep this.
I don't have a message from Chris.
You're gonna get one, you're gonna get a message from the message from the advisor, now we'll just scrap that. So no consent.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the call be raised.
The motion is to raise the call. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the call is raised. Will the clerk please add Senator Janal to the roll?
Okay.
Sorry, hold on one second. Yes, committee report.
Committee reports.
Committee reports, May 10th, 2022, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1029 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. May 10th, 2022, the Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1418 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar.
Majority
Thank you,
Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate take up House Bills 1029, 1411, 1322, 1348, 1417, 1355, 1376, 1244, 1418, and 1381 on special orders at the hour of 5:03 p.m.
The motion is that the Senate take up House Bills 1029, 1411, 1322, 1348, 1417, 1355, 1376, 1244, 1418, and 1381 on special orders at the hour of 5:05 p.m. All those in favor say aye.
Hey.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will take up all of the bills listed on the special orders second reading of bills calendar on special orders at the hour of 5:05 p.m. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve and set the committee of the whole for consideration of special orders second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion is adopted and the Senate will resolve itself into the committee of the whole for the consideration of the special orders second reading of bills, and Senator Coleman will take the chair.
Can I play some music? Bring my phone up.
I thought he said consent.
It's supposed to be, but they're pulled it so we don't have to go back and forth.
Okay, so it's all on, all right.
And then they got a report.
I know. We were the only one on consent? What were the main changes? They put that graduated. Did you put that in the memo?
Oh, mama, I'm in fear for my life from the long arm of the law. Lawman is going into my room so far.
Committee will come to order and the court rules relax for everybody up in here. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1029?
House Bill 1029, Representatives Byrd and Sandridge, Senators Coco and Priola, concerning a requirement that the state make an additional direct distribution to the Public Employees Retirement Association to fully recompense the association for the cancellation of a previously scheduled July 1st, 2020 direct distribution.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1029. There are no committee reports.
To the bill, Senator Priola. Senator Coker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 1029 is a commitment to make sure that we pay back para from 2020, $225 million that was withheld during the pandemic and the assumed economic downturn in 2020. So this bill helps prepay also the next 2 years. So encourage an aye vote.
Motion is the adoption of 1029. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it and 1029 is adopted. Clerk, please read the title of House Bill 1411.
House Bill 1411, Representatives McCluskey and Harrod, Senator Moreno, concerning measures to ensure the state's compliance with the requirements related to the federal coronavirus state fiscal recovery fund created in the Federal American Rescue Plan Act of 2021.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that House Bill 1411 lay over to follow House Bill 1376.
The motion is for House Bill 1411 to follow House Bill 1376. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 1411 will be laid over to follow 1376. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1322?
House Bill 1322, Representatives Benavides and Valdez A., Senators Moreno and Gonzalez, concerning the clarification of the Water Quality Control Commission's authority and in connection therewith extending the statute of limitations for violations under the Colorado Water Quality Control Act.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1322.
Motion is the adoption. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I don't wish to take a great deal of time on this bill other than to say it concerns regulation of water quality. Section 2 of this bill does nothing to improve the water quality of Colorado's stressed urban waters. Many of the streams and reservoirs continue to have water quality that doesn't support recreation or aquatic life. There's pathogen pollution from stormwater, groundwater pollution, chemicals including, as you probably can guess, PFAS, industrial sites, urbanization, and so forth. Section 2 of the bill creates ambiguity. It could hamper the progress on a broad range of regulatory efforts by the Water Quality Control Commission. It carves out a specific portion of the Water Quality Control Act dealing with anti-degradation in a way that creates conflicts within the act and could slow down rulemaking or result in litigation. All in all, members, it is better if we strike Section 2.
There's a member of the desk. Would the clerk please read L006?
Amendment
Senator
L006.
Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L006.
To the amendment, Senator Gardner.
Thank you, and that's exactly what L006 does. And again, Section 2 creates statewide ambiguity in an attempt to influence site-specific rulemaking. I have been asked to run this amendment because it is important. It would actually improve this program. I ask for an aye vote on L006 to strike Section 2 of the bill.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote with great respect to the good senator from El Paso County. Colleagues, I represent a community in northwest Denver that has been impacted directly, which is why we intentionally wrote Section 2 into 1322. 2 years ago, against the advice of its lawyers, the Water Quality Control Commission ignored the existing rules on use protection designations and found that 3 streams in Urban North Denver should not be protected as reviewable. And the fallout and aftermath of this policy, the lack of this policy clarity is why Section 2 is critically important. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Motion is the adoption of L006. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it, and L006 is lost. To the bill. Motion is the adoption of 1322. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 1322 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of 1348?
House Bill 1348, Representatives Froelich and Caraveo, Senator Winter, concerning enhanced oversight of the chemicals used in oil and gas production and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for the passage of House Bill 1348, and I do have 3 amendments.
And the Transportation and Energy Committee report.
And the Transportation and Energy report.
The motion is the adoption of the Transportation and Energy Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Transportation and Energy Committee report is adopted.
2023-24.
There is an amendment of the desk. Will the clerk please read L? 20.
Amendment
Senator
L.
Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L20. This is about implementation and consistency with requests from the COGC.
Motion is the adoption of L20. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L20 is adopted. There is an amendment of the Senator Winter.
Thank
There's,
you. Oh, yeah, sorry.
there's an amendment of the desk. Will the clerk please read L23?
Amendment L02.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. L023 is an amendment that we worked diligently on with the industry today to reach a compromise. So this amendment and the next amendment is the agreement that we've reached with KOGA and the oil and gas industry. This amendment removes any requirements about reporting amounts, which was incredibly important to the industry. It also makes sure that there's a disclosure of chemicals in alphabetical order that is publicly available, and that a chemical in itself cannot be a trade secret. And I just want to thank the industry for working with us on this agreement today.
Motion is the adoption of L23. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L23 is adopted. There's an amendment of the desk. Will the clerk please read L24?
Amendment L02.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L024.
To the amendment. Senator Winter.
This is the second amendment that we reached agreement with industry on. Basically, it removes trade secret reporting, making this easier for COGC, easier for industry. And since we are reporting all chemicals in alphabetical order, this part of the bill is unnecessary. And so, again, thank you to all the stakeholders for the agreement they reached.
Motion is the adoption of L24. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L24 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm very excited to bring this bill today. I think it increases transparency of the chemicals that are being used within downhole operations of oil and gas. We fully expect Coloradans within the notification perimeters outlined in this bill to receive a letter from operators explaining that they can learn information about a well site in their community, including the complete list of chemicals being used on the site and the website that they can visit to learn those details, which is a huge step forward for my community and my constituents, and I urge a yes vote.
The motion is the adoption of 1348. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 1348 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of 1417? Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1417 lay over one bill.
The motion is for House Bill 1417 to lay over one bill. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 1417 will lay over one bill. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1355?
House Bill 1355, Representatives Cutter and Senator Priola and Gonzalez, concerning the creation of the Producer Responsibility Program for statewide recycling and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I move House Bill 1355 and the Finance and Appropriations Committee report.
To the Finance Committee report, Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, we made a number of changes in House Finance. There was a lot of collaboration and stakeholding that was done between a number of stakeholders. Let me find my little cheat sheet on the number of changes that were made.
Can we move the report?
Sure. I move the report to Finance. In Finance, we So
You already moved it. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Finance, we moved Amendment L033, amends technical change regarding in-kind exemptions from magazine and periodicals, revises conflicting language on PRO track and compliance to conform with Amendment L031, requires CDPG to review the impacts of the program on the consumer prices at least every 3 years, and report any impacts to the legislature, requires PRO to notify effects of producer and obligation to help educating companies about the program, so on and so on. I'll show you this if you want to read more. Ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
Motion is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Finance Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Appropriations Committee report, we made an appropriation. I ask for an aye vote.
Motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Lundeen. To the bill. And there is an amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. Would the clerk please read L? 113.
Amendment
Senator
L113.
Lundeen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm going to pause for a second and come back and move L0113 here in just a moment, if I may, Mr. Chair. So this particular bill has been subject to a significant, strenuous, ongoing discussion over the last number of days. It's one of those really interesting moments. You all know what it feels like when the Democrat caucus has perfect unity. You know what it's like when there's differences of opinions. We sometimes have the same thing in the Republican caucus where we have perfect unity, and other times we don't see things exactly the same way. This particular bill could be seen as a moment of genius. Now, and I remember I'm a Sinatra fan, you all know that. And I'm going to say in the best efforts of the sponsors of this bill, it reminds me of this song that Sinatra sang, They All Laughed. They all laughed at Christopher Columbus when he said the world was round. They all laughed when Edison recorded sound, and it goes on to say they laughed when somebody saw something visionary, very different, something other than what has happened. Well, I've got to tell you, there are elements of this vision that make me very, very uncomfortable. But that's sometimes the way policy is developed over time. So I want to acknowledge the elements of this particular bill that are very, very challenging, and at the same time acknowledge the fact that it may be helping us try and think about how we get to a better place. So what I believe has happened over the last couple of days as we've worked harder, and quite frankly, tempers have flared in the process of trying to understand this. We've taken what I perceived to be a bill that was unconstitutional on its face, groundbreaking, but quite frankly, in my opinion, more earth-shattering than groundbreaking, and we've done work that gets it to a place where we may be able to move forward. At the end of the day, I don't know whether I'll be able to be a yes or a no, but I am so grateful for the work that has been done to get this into a better policy position. The reality is we've got a responsibility as the collective of society. We form governments to serve on our behalf, to do that which we would like to do in the collective. And we found here in Colorado that sometimes we didn't think governments would do everything we wanted, and so the people writ large, not necessarily always in agreement, and certainly I've disagreed more often than not, they created enterprises to do certain things that government apparently wasn't doing. Well, this bill, quite frankly, to my consternation, creates kind of like an Enterprise 2.0, and that's wherein so many of the challenges of this bill come. So, I would like to say that there is broader agreement that is brought to us by virtue of Amendment L0113, and at this point, Mr. Chair, if it pleases you, I move Amendment L0113 and say this is what this amendment does to get at some of the bigger, growling, glaring problems that many of us perceived in this bill. The amendment accomplishes three primary goals. It increases the transparency of the program by requiring public notice for all board meetings and requiring the PRO, that's the Producer Responsibility Organization, am I saying that right? Yep. Producer Responsibility Organization to keep all books and records permanently. Now, this is one of those elements that was so very, very challenging. In government, we've got all sorts of responsibilities around keeping records, around being transparent, living within the sunshine laws, being subject to the Colorado Open Records law. Well, the reality, as drafted, we were not, quite frankly, I was absolutely certain that this bill would not give the access to information that is necessary for something that is of the government. And although this particular enterprise, this organization, this Enterprise 2.0, this producer responsible organization, is not government, I believe it's of the government, and therefore it has certain responsibilities that now under this amendment there will be. Keeps its records and books permanently, and it ensures that the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment can request those records. In addition, CDPHE is required to solicit public comment on the PRO's plan before approving or rejecting it. Second thing that this amendment does, it ensures good governance. Now, I will say I can't represent to you that it will be good governance, but it pursues good governance. It seeks good governance by the PRO by putting a 5% cap on the administrative costs and requiring that the PRO solicit input on any annual adjustments to the member dues from all the members. The PRO must also comply with state procurement practices when hiring a consultant to do the needs assessment. This is very meaningful because we've got this quasi-governmental thing that was being created that might have been able to do whatever it darn well sought. You could imagine an executive board that says, hey, they're doing something cool along these lines up in Quebec. Let's take a long 3-week trip to Quebec and we can take in the sites while we figure out the policy. This makes sure that all the elements, or at least it pursues and seeks that the elements of development of these PROs will be in line with what we would expect a government or a quasi-government operation to behave like. The third thing this amendment does is it provides the legislature with an opportunity to review the program before implementation. In a way, not directly to this chamber, but to representatives of this chamber, this policy will return before becoming fulfilled, before being birthed, before being completed. The PRO will conduct a needs assessment that proposes at least 3 projected scenarios for how to increase recycling and the costs associated with each option. The executive, and this is, let's put a pin in that for a second, recycling. I'm confident there is universal agreement in this chamber. We all would like to see more recycling. That's not what the fight's been about. It's been about how do we achieve that, and is this particular apparatus the way to do it? As amended, we're getting closer to potentially having positive impact on that. So I just wanted to put a pin in the fact that there is universal agreement that we would all like to see more recycling. The executive director of CDPHE will then solicit feedback from the advisory board and the public on these 3 cost scenarios and then recommend a preferred approach to the Joint Budget Committee. Now, this gives me personally a teeny bit of consternation. As you all know, I think the Joint Budget Committee is already too doggone powerful. But at least it is a bicameral, bipartisan committee that sits in an ongoing fashion and therefore is a logical receptacle of this particular conversation. If the Joint Budget Committee accepts the recommendation, the PRO moves forward to create and implement a plan. If the JBC rejects the director's recommendation, then the legislature can adopt a bill to implement one of the other cost scenarios. So we got to come back and take a look at the other cost scenarios. If the JBC rejects the recommendation, the PRO cannot implement a plan without the legislature coming back and directing them to take action. So it comes right back to where we are now, brass knuckles, bare knuckles, fist fight about what the policy should actually look like before it moves forward. So that's what you have before you as we're considering this bill, House Bill 1355, Amendment L113. I urge your support of the amendment, colleagues, or Madam, Mr. Senior, Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair. To be clear, this has been moving so absolutely quickly in this moment. As I present to you with a fervor and support for this amendment, I'm still not settled on whether it gets me to a yes or a no on the bill, but I am settled on the fact that this makes the policy discussion before us more meaningful, more complete, and closer to where we need to get. I urge your support of Amendment L0113 and would encourage the sponsors or others to respond.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill has been stakeholdered incredibly well. There have been over 70 meetings that led us up to this point. And we had several of those meetings last night, very, very late, this morning, incredibly early, and over the course of today. We are appreciative of all of the work. With everyone engaged in this process, supporters and opposition, we ask for an aye vote on Amendment L113.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. I rise in support of L013, and I really appreciate, L113. I really appreciate all the time and effort that the stakeholders took, especially these last 2 days, to get to this point. And I also want to thank all the folks who worked the prior 9 months. Like, honestly, I'd been on so many stakeholder calls and Zoom calls, it almost felt like Groundhog Day. I understand this now with the amendment adopted, plus 60-page bill, like I've never understood any bill I've ran. But I appreciate the nuance and in my opinion, the wisdom in it, that it takes the best of what's been done in other states, in other countries, in other continents, and in my opinion, it creates a model piece of legislation that I predict will be adopted by at least 10 or 20 other states in the coming 5 or so years. So I just want to thank everybody for coming together and working so hard on doing what's right for Colorado, doing what's right for the environment, doing what's right for job creation, and doing what's right for ensuring we have a strong supply chain for our manufacturers in our state. And I just want to thank again and ask again for an aye vote on Amendment 113.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of L113 and thank the bill sponsors for their patience as different amendments were discussed over the past week or so. I think especially since last Friday, there's been a huge amount of discussion. I also want to say thank you to the stakeholders on both sides of this debate, of both sides of this bill. Thank you for your patience, your expertise. To the clients outside of the Capitol, thank you for retaining great representatives here at the Capitol who can work together, respectfully disagree, and continue to search for solutions when there is disagreement. I support 113 primarily because it no longer, with adoption of this bill, or this amendment, the bill would no longer authorize the director of CDPHE to determine what the plan would be if the legislature can't agree. There might be some disagreement as to whether the bill would have done that, but that was my impression and one of my primary concerns about the bill. This amendment resolves that. For those of you who will continue on next year and into the future, I encourage you, whether or not you're on the Joint Budget Committee, pay attention to this. This is a new format. This is a new concept. I don't agree with it. But if it moves forward, the people who make the policy to guide how this works should be you, the elected representatives and senators of Colorado, not a member of the executive branch, not a hired person over at CDPHE. With all due respect to the governor's cabinet and everyone who works in the executive branch, that's not their job, it's ours. It will be yours. That part of my job will end at or before midnight tomorrow, my last general session day as a member of this assembly. So I do want to say thank you to everyone who worked so hard on this amendment, both sides. There might have been heated moments, there might have been frustration, but I think that L113 accomplishes that one goal, and that is to put the policy making in the hands of the policy makers, and that's you. Ask for an aye vote on L113.
Motion's adoption of 113. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 113 is adopted. Seeing no further discussion, the motion's the adoption. Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to come back to the well and say again how much I appreciate the energy, the effort. Sometimes energy generates a lot of heat and no light. I think in some ways the energy put into this generated both heat at times and light, and I'm grateful for that. A couple of policy questions that are still remaining in my mind. There's a needs assessment, which is a big part of the bill. It's the first part of the bill. And you know me, always the fiscal conservative, always trying to track the dollars, wishing quite frankly that we could have found $800,000 for some critical crisis intervention training for law enforcement officials. Oh my gosh, did I put a plug-in on a dead bill? Yes, I just did. But the question I have is, how are we going to pay for the needs assessment? And I would ask the sponsors what the plan is on that particular piece.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you look at the bill, there are a number of businesses that support this policy that have spent months working on it. They will join the PRO, pool their resources, and then reimburse CDPHE for any oversight, as well as they will task the study. There's also, the wording in there that was just added to make sure that it goes out to bid in a manner that follows what state does. There's also an advisory committee that will be appointed by CDPHE to advise and consult. So there's really 3 legs to the stool for everyone's kind of checking and making sure that this policy doesn't go off the rails. And at the end of the day, the capital contribution from industry is spent in the most wise manner, all of it. That's why it's a 501c3, because they're not in the business of making money. They're in the business of the purpose the 501c3 is propped up for, which in this case will be recycling. The study will figure out how to do that in the manner that spends the least amount of that capital, and then the dues will be set based off of that, and the dues will actually adjust. Case in point, the Canadian one in British Columbia, they actually reduced the dues on, I believe, milk jugs. I have in my notes, I can pull it out, by like 75% this year, and like steel and some others by 2/3. And a lot of it is a function of the market value, the demand for, so on and so forth in the formula. And this, what I really love about this bill is it constantly measures and adjusts, measures and adjusts, measures and adjusts. And it also incentivizes businesses to, it doesn't say you can't use this material or you can't use that material. It incentivizes them to use more recycled material, to use less material, so on and so forth. It's called eco-modulation in the bill. And I hope that answers the member's question.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, coming back to the bill, my career is built largely around managing a trade association. That's a type of 501c organization as designated and approved by the IRS. A 501c6 is a membership-based organization, and expenses paid by members or participants in that association might be deductible as business expenses. As the bill sponsor just indicated, I believe his vision for this organization would be a 501c3. That's a charity. Charities are not allowed to be politically active. They don't get involved in campaigns. They don't lobby. And the contributions made to a 501c3 are deductible as charitable expenses. I think the other opportunity might be that this organization would be a C4. I would definitely encourage no on that, because a C4 can have a PAC and be politically active. And I don't think you want this organization to do that. Maybe you do. But if it is a 501c3, then we would have a charitable organization that apparently would have the authority to require payment of dues or penalties. Now, a C3 is a voluntary participation. You're not required to join a church and tithe to it. You're not required to donate items to Goodwill. You're not required to give money to the American Heart Association or the organizations that we sometimes support here in the chamber. But my understanding is that companies in affected industries would have 2 choices: join or pay a penalty. That seems odd for a 501c3, but my question would be, if it is a 501c3, would the $25,000 penalty be deductible as a charitable expense? My friend from El Paso County says no. Then why have it as a C3? Why not set this up as a LLC or a corporation or something? But I can't fit that into my C3 experience, and that's most of my adult life. Again, not necessarily in C3, but C6. But I've certainly, and I'm sure all of you are familiar with C4s on one side of the political aisle or the other. I don't think we want this organization to be a C4 and have a PAC and be politically active, but maybe you do. Do you want this organization to have its own lobbying team at the Capitol? Maybe you do. I don't know. But if it's a C3, it can't. So I'm grateful to my friend from El Paso County for answering the question. No, that wouldn't be deductible. But I think that's a big question that people in the industry, people who might think this is a really keen idea, I think that would be a thing for us to understand. Would those dues be deductible? I'm not familiar with this 501c3 that has dues. I know C6s have dues and C4s do, but a charitable organization. Do you belong to a church? Are you a member of a church? You tithe to that organization? Maybe there's membership dues. It just seems a little odd. But have you ever been a willing participant in a 501c3 that could fine you? Maybe there's an example of that, but I can't think of one. So thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are my concerns about the bill in general. Again, I wanted to separate my comments because I'm grateful for the prior amendment. It significantly reduces my concerns about the bill as introduced. I will be a no vote, but I am curious to know, how does this work in the C3 environment? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I certainly appreciate all the work that the sponsors have been willing to go through to get this bill to this point.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L 2 62.
L062 by Senator Heisey, amend re-engross bill, page 10, line 5.
Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a very simple amendment, very straightforward. What it says is packaging material used to contain. I move L062.
Proper motion to the
1355. It says the packaging material used to contain growing media products, including soils, mulches, and soil amendments, would be exempt from the recycling. And I'd like to read a bit here from a couple of sites. Plastic bags from soil, mulch, and sand, seeds, dry fertilizers, or animal feed are not recyclable in your curbside recycling program. Then it goes on to say they're not clean enough to take to your grocery store. Another section here talks about any products that are dirt or dirt-like, such as growing media or sand. Any bags that contain those are not clean enough to be recycled. And the H2 Recycle and the Association of Plastic Recyclers maintain that the packaging materials for growing media cannot be recycled. And this is supported by the Farm Bureau and Greenco and the state's Hydroponic and Horticulturist Association. So this is an ag-friendly and common sense amendment because these products cannot be recycled using current technology. I would encourage an aye vote.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the good senator from Fountain for this amendment. What I will say is that the amendment that we did just run was part of the compromise that has been reached by all of the stakeholders engaged in this policy. And this amendment and the exemption it's striking or seeking to create is one that would be able to be contained within the PRO. I ask for a no vote on L62 accordingly. Thank you very much.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I ask for a no vote on L62. This item that is referred to in the amendment is included in other PROs, and the PRO will also decide going forward on any further exemptions. So again, I ask for a no vote. And just as a side note, I've actually used these items in my prior life in the greenhouse business. They don't fit under FIFRA, and all you need to do is shake them out, and whatever soils are in there or whatnot will fall out, and they can be recycled. Ask for no vote.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Amendment 062. As a kid who grew up working at the family seed and feed store, I can tell you the bags that soil and all these composts and whatnot come in, you could probably recycle them on a chemical or a molecular level, but you're not going to recycle them in any kind of a mechanical way. So it's an open question. I think it's subject to debate. I think it's part of the underlying questions of the policy of all of this. But just to keep things clear, simple, straightforward, I urge your support of Amendment 62. Thank you.
Motion is the adoption of L. Senator, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too ask your support for L062. We are a state where these particular products are used extensively. These products are used very often in indoor grow operations, and you can use your imagination as to what people might be growing indoors here in this state, whether it's tomatoes or cucumbers or flowers or something else. The industry has come to us and say, oh, wait a minute. Here in Colorado, we use a lot of these, and these don't recycle well. It's not a poison pill. It's not a huge ask. This actually makes sense. These products don't recycle well. It's something that people in Colorado use a lot of, and they shouldn't be included in this bill. So if there's some question about the application of this amendment, what it entails, I welcome maybe the bill sponsors in talking with folks other than me or the good senator from El Paso County, anyone else standing in the well, but this amendment actually makes a lot of sense for industry that grows indoors here in Colorado, and they've come along and raised their hand and said, hey, 1355, that really isn't our space, but unless we're exempt from this, it could really affect negatively our business here in the state of Colorado. This amendment will avoid that unnecessary conflict for products, items that shouldn't be included in this recycling bill. So I really would encourage more consideration of L062. I did just hear some conversation with the president, and I think he's on the right track. This isn't a carve out. Some products that can be recycled and some products that are exempt. This industry is coming along and saying, wait a minute, these products shouldn't be included because they're very difficult to recycle or impossible. Ask for an aye vote on L062.
Motion is the adoption of L062. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Division has been called.
I think these people probably weren't at your table.
Oh, yeah, they were. Yeah. Sarah Mercer has been, I've been talking like in hours.
I assume these marijuana wasn't at the motion.
No, Brownstein was there for the whole.
This is for
Sarah Mercer.
Marijuana's exempt.
Yeah, but
This is used for more than just indoor grow.
yeah.
Marijuana is exempt. Marijuana packaging is exempt from the bill.
Yeah. Literally, like, was drafted back. This one,
Oh, 1355.
The plastic that surrounds a bag of mulch. This is stuff you rip over. I used to build forts out of bags of mulch. Holbert, this is the Monsanto. Okay.
Are we all here, Jeff?
No, I'm like, we're trying to figure out, like, okay. No. I'm not. Okay.
This is silly. Like, I've used tons of bags of mulch. You know, the freaking limbs are out where you shake them out. And then you scruff them down in something. They're recycled. Everything recycles.
I'm not worried about him.
No, I know where it's coming from. It's coming from Brownstein, Jaws. You talked about it a week ago. I tried to. Scott's.
Poker is otherwise. Dropping kids off the pool. Now they're all down. Huh?
A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of L062. All those in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand.
Who's a favorite?
The motion for the adoption of L62 fails. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption. Senator Gardner. Yeah.
Would you like to have a seat?
Are you running amendment? Run amendment?
Would you like to have a seat? Very well. Thank you, members. You know, I spoke this afternoon on a 17-page bill for an hour and a half, and this is 59 pages to review with you of a very complex bill. But I have been entreated by colleagues to make my comments brief. My comments this afternoon were brief. I will simply state my concerns and we can move on. It was suggested the other day in appropriations when I heard this bill and asked some questions about it, it was suggested that I was confused about the bill. Don't think I was confused about the bill. I had some questions about whether or not the nonprofit organization that's called for in the bill, even prior to its amendment, could be a 501c or C4 organization, and it's consistently been referred to as a 501c3. This afternoon I was talking about another bill, and I said, you got to pay attention to the definitions. Page 11, lines 18 through 21, has a definition of nonprofit organization. It says, nonprofit organization means a tax-exempt, charitable, or social welfare organization operating under 26 U.S.C. 501c3 or 501c4 of the Federal Internal Revenue Code of 1986 as amended. Now, just to be clear, members, this organization that's called for by the bill, by the definition in the bill, could be a 501c3 or C4. The minority leader asked the question earlier, well, are the dues, you know, I don't pay dues at church. I tithe, and that's deductible as a contribution to a 501c3 organization. But if you pay dues to something as a business, that would be a business expense, and that reduces your income, and so it's accounted for in the tax code. So if you pay your 501c6 Chamber of Commerce dues, it's a business expense to you. And then the question was asked, well, if I choose not to, as is my right as an American citizen, and corporations are treated thusly under the United States constitutional law as interpreted by the United States Supreme Court, they have rights as well. They have a right not to join a nonprofit, not to associate, but they would be fined. The minority leader raised the question, well, what about those fines? Are they deductible? Generally, fines and civil penalties paid by an organization are not deductible, nor can they be claimed as business expenses, because the Internal Revenue Service does not want to reward you for getting traffic tickets and doing things for which a civil penalty or other fine would be imposed. So that is a problem. There's a legal memo that was done, and I won't read it to you, that raises 5 or so constitutional issues. They still exist in this bill. Association, the question of what is this organization? It's a nonprofit, but as others have said, it's not government, but government makes you be a makes you be a party to it, and it punishes you if you aren't a party to it. Sort of harkens back to the United States Supreme Court decisions with respect to what was commonly referred to in past years as Obamacare. But they said that was constitutional, but only because it was part of the power to tax, as I recall. So that's not the case here. This is called a civil penalty and treated as a civil penalty. That is the reason I continue to have concerns. I will be a no. I think this sets up a terrible precedent for government privatizing its essential government functions and creating an organization which is not particularly accountable to the citizens for what it's doing with money that is mandatory, because if you don't pay it, you get a civil penalty. It's kind of like, you know, if I get caught on the red light camera, they impose a civil penalty on me, and if I don't pay the civil penalty, they'll impose another civil penalty, and they'll come after me for it. There remain a lot of difficulties with this bill, but friends and colleagues have prevailed upon me to be brief, so I will briefly tell you that this is one of the worst ideas presented to you this year, and you should be a no vote. Thank you.
Motion is the adoption of 1355. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 1355 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of 1417?
House Bill 1470, Representatives Roberts and Larson, Senator Rodriguez, concerning the regulation of alcohol beverages and in connection therewith creating an alcohol beverage regulation task force.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1417 and the Finance Committee report.
There's no Finance Committee report.
Oh, that's right.
Any discussion? Any discussion?
Any discussion? This bill should have been on the consent calendar, but they forgot to do it. But this bill is basically a task force to look for the Department of Revenue that's pulled up to 27 members of different various member task force to be complete a balanced, diverse stakeholder group to be appointed by the Executive Director of the Department of Revenue. Task force looking at updating our tax codes for liquor. So I ask for that vote.
Motion is the adoption of 14. Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
We're speaking on the bill, is that correct?
Yes, 1417.
Members, I'm standing in opposition of this bill. I'm urging for a no vote on this bill. And the reason I'm asking for a no vote is just about our process. This bill was just introduced. And it has a fast track. It was introduced in the House, and here we are dealing with a complicated legislation regarding liquor. And some of the language that I see in this bill is language that I had in an earlier bill that failed. And it was supposed to help small business. That bill failed. So I have some questions for the bill sponsor for the same questions that he asked me. The questions that he asked me and many others regarding my bill was stakeholders. So my first question for you, and I have a series of questions, is what was your stakeholder process in the last 4 days? Who attended the stakeholders meeting? I know you convened one for my bill. What is the stakeholders' involvement in this bill from the community, from the wineries, from the neighborhood, from the advocates? I want to know who are the stakeholders who are supporting this bill that you convened, that you felt was so important that we convened stakeholder group to make sure that we got the bill right, and we had several. How many did you have, and who were there?
Senator, seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption. Senator Linston. He didn't stand up?
Well, if he's not going to ask my question, I'm going to continue.
Real quick. When a member raises their hand to speak, which you did, I called on you. The member does not have to answer the question. I was ready to move the bill, but I will allow Senator Liston to speak because he rose his hand. Senator Liston, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I've been involved over the years in many of the beer battles and the liquor bills, and I too have questions about how, when, and where. I'm very concerned about how this bill, I've heard rumors of how this bill came together. There's been this group of stakeholders that have met, I won't say secretly because they've met very quietly and discreetly, and I'm concerned. I share the same concerns that the good senator from Denver, Aurora. Here at the bottom of the ninth inning, 2 out, nobody on. We have a 41-page bill that is meant, I think it's meant to be a study, I'm not sure, task force to undo and redo the grand compromise that occurred back in 2016. And this is no way to do legislation that affects an entire industry. I'm sure that their hearts are in the right place, but to bring a bill of this magnitude, like I say, 41-page bill that was just dropped, quite frankly, I don't think any of us have read the bill, except maybe one person. I'll give the benefit of the doubt to the sponsor, but this is no way to conduct legislation, and I would urge a no vote on House Bill 1417. And with that, I would, my colleague.
Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I know that we have rules that says that the bill sponsor can choose not to answer the question that was asked of me about stakeholders. What's the secret? You can say it was limited, we really didn't have one, or there were 2, 3, 5 people. What is the secrecy regarding a simple question around stakeholder process? That's how you make good public policy, is you have the appropriate people at the table to make sure that we're doing what's right for the state of Colorado. And so I'm going to give the sponsor one more time to just answer, what was the stakeholder process and why can't you talk about it?
Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to 1417. A colleague just referenced the grand compromise. In 2016, Senator Pat Stedman, in his last session, negotiated. His stakeholder process was extensive, it was exhaustive, and I'm sure it was exhausting. Senator Stedman would come to me when I was chair of the Senate Business, Labor, and Technology Committee and say, we're close. And then the next time that he would come to me, he would say, we're not close. And it would go back and forth. We're close, we're not close. And then one day, toward the end of the 2016 session, he came and said, we've got a deal. Really? Yep. And all of those stakeholders, liquor store owners, distributors, participants in all 3 tiers of the 3-tier system came to the table. Nobody was particularly happy, but the little craft brewers, the little liquor store owners, the big liquor store owners, the grocery stores. There was a ballot initiative that looked to be headed to a very successful outcome in November, and people decided to come to the table and negotiate. The grand compromise on beer, wine, and liquor. People wanted to have beer, wine, and liquor in the grocery stores. They've got it. Had a conversation a couple of years ago with a co-owner of a large liquor store. Wants more licenses than the grand compromise provides. And I shared with that businessman, if you wait until 2023, you'll probably have better success. Why? Because every one of us who are here in this chamber in 2016 will be term limited by 2023. There won't be anybody here in this chamber who was in this chamber who could have been at that table in 2023. There might be some House members that have come over. Maybe. How involved they were in that grand compromise in 2016, I don't know. But that happened at my table. When I was chair of the Senate Business, Labor, and Technology Committee, that grand compromise came to its first committee hearing in my committee room. And my friend from Denver now, who happens to be the sponsor of this bill, is the chair of that committee. He can do this. He can do this. I'm a no vote because the participants who are at that table are saying now's the time to come back and reevaluate it again. You can do that. Nothing about the 2016 bill binds you and prevents you from having yet another grand compromise. But here's my challenge to you, colleagues. If you're going to be here next year or the years after that, will you expect people to trust you? Will you expect business people to trust their state government? Because I'm confident that my friend from Aurora and I and my friend from Colorado Springs, we've been on different sides of beer bills before, liquor bills. But I think we're sharing a very similar perspective. Are you going to expect those business leaders and their representatives out in the lobby, their customers, will you expect them to trust you and their state government? Because there was a deal made in 2016, and I think that House Bill 1417 is a strong indication that there are plenty of people here anxious to renegotiate that deal. That deal in 2016 affected small business people who had been told for 80, 85 years, you must do business this way. All of their small business loans, all of their planning, all of their estate planning, business owners who passed away and handed down the assets of a business, all of that, their hiring, their merchandising, advertising, everything was built around a system that said you must do it this way. And then in 2016, the legislature said, except now you don't have to do it that way. We're going to change the rules. We're going to change the law. In 2016, pick new winners or losers. But everybody at the table who came to my committee that year for that bill, I asked, are you sure? Are you sure you're sure? Are you really sure that you're sure? And they said yes. And tomorrow's my last general session day here in this General Assembly.
I know you do.
But I want to be able to look every person in the eye from the lobby, the business community. Senator Stedman, if you happen to watch, I'm going to stand for your deal, your hard work. Because we asked those people at the table, are you sure? And they said yes. But 1417, it's a big step toward saying, never mind, didn't mean it. We're going to change the law again and pick new winners or losers. I know there's people who want change, not new. I ask for a no vote on House Bill 1417.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1417 to the end of the calendar.
Motion is to lay over House Bill 1417 into the calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 1417 will be laid over to the end of the calendar. Would the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1376?
House Bill 1376, Representatives Harrod and Young, Senators Priol and Winter, concerning supportive learning environments for K through 12 students and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for the passage of House Bill 1376 and the Appropriations Committee report, the Finance Committee report, and the Judiciary Committee report.
To the Judiciary Committee report, Senator Winter.
In Judiciary, we discuss privacy and improve privacy. I encourage yes vote.
Motion is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Judiciary Committee reports adopted. To the Finance Committee report, Senator Winter.
The Finance Committee report, we continued that work, and I encourage yes vote.
Motion is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, the Finance Committee reports adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Winter.
In the Appropriations Committee, we reduced the fiscal note, and I encourage yes vote.
The motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read the title? Read L 20.
Amendment L020.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L020.
To the amendment, Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It simply inserts after not and inserts publicly. Ask for an aye vote.
Motion is the adoption of L20. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, L20 is adopted. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 1376. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 1376 adopted. Would the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1411?
House Bill 1411, Representatives McCluskey and Harrod, Senator Moreno, concerning measures to ensure the state's compliance with the requirements related to the federal coronavirus state fiscal recovery fund created in the Federal American Rescue Plan Act of 2021.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1411 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we really just made some amendments to comply with the federal timeline guidance that we need to abide by. Ask for an aye vote.
Motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L11?
Amendment L011 by Senator Moreno, amend the Appropriations Committee
Mr.
report.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L011.
To the amendment, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, consistent with the intent of House Bill 1411 throughout, this just changes some dates to make sure that we are in compliance with federal guidelines. Also make sure that the balances of the cash funds that we are transferring money from actually have enough money to transfer from. Ask for an aye vote.
Motion is the adoption of L11. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, L11 is adopted. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of 1411. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 1411 is adopted. Would the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1240? Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to proceed out of order for the consideration of House Bill 1418.
The motion is to proceed out of order for consideration of House Bill 1418. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order for 1418. Would the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1418?
House Bill 1418, Representatives Harrod and McCluskey, Senators Hansen and Zenzinger, concerning the extension of the period for which unused and expiring Colorado Job Growth Incentive and Enterprise Zone income tax credits may be carried forward to subsequent years and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the passage of House Bill 1418 on second reading.
Motion is the adoption of 1418. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 1418 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to proceed out of order for the consideration of House Bill 1381.
The motion is the ability to proceed out of order for 1381. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order to hear House Bill 1381. Would the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1381?
House Bill 1381, Representatives Satona McKean, Senators Winter and Woodward, concerning the creation of a geothermal energy grant program to facilitate the development of geothermal energy resources.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1381 and the Appropriation Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In appropriations, we reduced the appropriation from $20 million down to $12 million.
The motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes having the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 1381 provides some grant money to encourage the development and facilitate the development of geothermal energy resources here in the state of Colorado, and I ask for an aye vote.
Motion is the adoption of 1381. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 1381 is adopted. Would the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1411? 1244. No, we don't want to do it again. Would the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1244?
House Bill 1244, Representatives Kennedy and Gonzalez Gutierrez and Senator Gonzalez concerning measures to increase public protection from toxic air contaminants and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I move House Bill 1244 on second reading along with the Finance Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report, I believe.
That's correct. And the motion, so to the State Veteran and Military Committee report, Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the State Affairs Committee, we heard compelling testimony and also made a number of amendments to strengthen the policy. I ask for an aye vote.
The motion is the adoption of the SVMA Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the State Veteran Military Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we made an appropriation commensurate with the bill. I ask for an aye vote.
The motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Gonzalez. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 12. Mr. Majority Leader.
I request Senatorial 5.
The Senatorial 5 has been requested and granted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1244 to the end of the calendar.
The motion is to lay over House Bill 1244 to the end of the calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 1244 will lay over to the end of the calendar. Will the clerk please read 1417?
House Bill 1417, Representatives Robertson Larson, Senator Rodriguez concerning the regulation of alcohol beverages and in connection therewith creating an alcohol beverage regulation task force.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I just wanted to make one final comment about House Bill 1417. You know, I was speaking about how this all came at the bottom of the ninth inning, which it did, and we made reference, two or three of us made reference to the grand compromise that occurred back in 2016. You know, a lot of work and effort went into that legislation, and part of the background on that was to fend off back in 2016, there was going to be a citizens initiative that, if I have it correct, they had the signatures and they were going to bring an initiative for the citizens to vote on a lot of the things that would have affected the liquor stores and the grocery stores and all the interested parties. There was overwhelming support for that initiative back in 2016, and one of the parties, I won't say which one, but the parties that typically own a lot of the liquor stores, they were desperate to fend off allowing the citizens to have their say. So they came up in 2016 with this grand compromise, which everybody came to the table and they agreed. It was a gentleman's agreement. Everybody got something, everybody gave up something, but the citizens never really got to weigh in on that. So here we are 6 years later, and the citizens continue to be frustrated, and so there is another initiative that is ready to come to the ballot this fall, and it has overwhelming support. So here we are, as I've said, at the bottom of the ninth inning, 2 outs, nobody on, and they suddenly come with a 41-page bill that somewhat eviscerates the good work that was done in 2016, and to thwart, to a certain degree, the citizens' initiative that would probably pass. I can't foretell the future. So the citizens' initiative that has overwhelming support that will open up the market to what people want. And you know, I would really encourage a no vote on 1417. It might be what certain groups want, but it really isn't what the people want. So with that, I would urge a no vote on 1417. Thank you.
Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, I was here for the great compromise. In fact, it was one of my colleagues in the Black Caucus who orchestrated and facilitated the compromise. And you can look up the definition of what compromise is, but that's basically when you get a line of agreement with all the people at the table. And this bill is an attempt to undermine the compromise. And let me explain how. And I'm hoping that you'll answer some of my questions, because he's shaking his head here. You're shaking your head.
Please direct any questions or comments to the chair. Please do not impugn motives of any members in the chamber. Please continue, Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
I'll do exactly that. So I'm going to speak to the people of Colorado in reference to how this bill is going to undermine the compromise in the last day of the session. This is about an unequal process where you can introduce a bill, it passes in the House, and now we have it before us. Now there's a strike below, but let me tell you what they were trying to do.
I'll let you know.
Remove the requirement. This is a part of the great compromise. Remove the requirements that a new retail liquor store must locate at a certain distance from an existing liquor store license. Removing that requirement, which was part of the great compromise, It expands the minimum distance between a new retail liquor store. You guys remember this? From 1,500 feet to 3,000 feet. Increase the maximum number of retail liquor stores licensed that a person may own. That was a part of the Great Compromise in reference to making sure that there was a little wiggle room between an established, existing liquor store and another one. Okay? That's gone. It goes on to say, with regards to beer and wine liquor grocery stores in the bill, it creates a new license requirement to permit the sales of beer and wine only. Beer and wine only. No spirits. It allows the beer and wine grocery stores to have multiple stores and goes on and on and on, January 1st to 26th, and it just extends it out where more and more and more liquor stores are available. Okay, they strike all of that out and they say, I don't know, somebody might remind them about the compromise, but they say, we just want to have a task force. Of course, this task force is going to be governed by the state with 30 members on it. And I look at the list of 30 members on this bill, and I don't see anyone representing the community. And when I say community, people that live in the neighborhood that probably have far too many liquor stores in their community. One thing I know that you can get in my community is you can get fried chicken, maybe a taco truck, you can buy marijuana, and then you have access to far too much liquor at some of these liquor stores. And so where is there a voice for the neighbors in the community on this task force to address the impact and the activity that they see around liquor stores? Now, I don't expect to get an answer. That's why I'm offering an amendment.
There's an amendment.
There is.
There's dinner at the desk. Take as much time as you like. We have all night. We have all night.
All night long.
All night.
That's what happens when all your bills are getting. All we need is the music.
You want me to play the music? I got it.
You're waiting.
You don't have it. It's L023.
23? That's good.
Brenda, do you mind if I actually go ahead and lay it over till later? Are you okay if I lay it over till later?
Oh,
Or do you want to do the amendment?
I don't mind. I told them to throw that away and put this in L023.
I'm going to lay it over.
We could get an amendment on there. We don't need more.
Has the amendment been out there? So, Brenda, we're going to do it later.
Okay.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over the balance of the special orders calendar until later this evening.
The motion is to lay over the balance of the special orders calendar until later this evening. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will lay over the special order calendar balance to the rest to later on this evening. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, the committee will rise and report.
Senate will come to order. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills in consideration. Would the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1029, House Bill 1322, House Bill 1348 is amended, House Bill 1355 is amended, House Bill 1376 is amended, House Bill 1411 is amended, House Bill 1418, House Bill 1381 is amended, passed on second reading, and ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1417, House Bill 1244 as amended, laid over until later in the calendar, retaining their place in the calendar.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the adoption of the report.
The motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. House Bills 1029, 1322, 1348 is amended. 1355 is amended, 1376 is amended, 1411 is amended, 1418, 1381 is amended, passed in second reading and ordered, revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1417, 1244 is amended, laid over until 5/10/2022 and retaining their place on the calendar. Conference committees to report.
First report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 113. This report amends the re-engrossed bill to the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Your First Conference Committee appointed on Senate Bill 113 concerning the use of personal identifying data and in connection therewith creating a task force for the consideration of artificial intelligence, restricting the use of facial recognition services by state and local government agencies, temporarily prohibiting the use of facial recognition services by public schools, and making an appropriation as met, and reports that it has agreed upon the following: that the House recede from its amendments made to the bill as the amendments appear in the re-revised bill, and that the following amendments be substituted therefore. Respectfully submitted. Senate Committee, Senator Hansen, Chair, Senators Buckner and Senators Rankin.
Signing of bills.
May 11, 2022, the President has signed Senate Bills 299, 166, 168, 169, 176, and 214.
You're welcome, everyone. The Senate will stand in a brief recess. Members, we are going to remain in recess, but we want to make sure that we carve out some time for the live-in eulogies. We thought about only doing it for Senator Sonnenberg because of how excited we are to send him off. But we want to share the love a little bit, so we're going to stay in recess to do at least Minority Leader Holbert's tribute, especially while Diane is here with us. So we're going to begin there, and we'll see if we can get any more of these done this evening as well. I guess, will the clerk please read the tribute for Minority Leader Chris Holbert?
The Senate of the Colorado Legislature, convened in the second regular session of the 73rd General Assembly, hereby extends our sincerest congratulations, commendation, and thanks to Chris Holbert, Senate District 30. Senator Holbert was elected to serve in the 68th, 69th, 70th, 71st, 72nd, and 73rd General Assemblies, where he represented his fellow citizens with dedication and honor. During his tenure with the Senate, he served with distinction as both the minority and the majority leader, as well as the chair and vice chair of the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee. Senator Holbert also served on the Education and Finance Committees and was vice chair of the Senate Services Committee. He further served on the Interim Study Committee on Cost-Benefit Analysis of Legalized Marijuana in Colorado. The citizens of Colorado and the members of the Senate express gratitude for Senator Holbert's exemplary service to our great state and wish him well in his future endeavors, given this 11th day of May 2022, State Capitol, Denver, Colorado. Steve Fenberg, President of the Senate.
I guess there aren't any things to say. Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, please be seated. We have this plaque that we'd like to give to the Minority Leader, and it states, "The Senate of the Colorado Legislature, convened in the second regular session of the 73rd General Assembly, hereby extends our sincerest congratulations, commendations, and thanks to Chris Holbert, Senate District 30. Senator Holbert was elected to serve in the 68th, 69th, 70th, 71st, 72nd, and 73rd General Assembly, where he represented his fellow citizens with dedication and honor. During his tenure with the Senate, he served with distinction as both the minority and majority leader, as well as the chair and vice chair of Business, Labor, and Technology Committee. Senator Holbert also served on the Education and Finance Committee and was the vice chair of the Senate Services Committee. He further served on the Interim Study Committee on the Cost-Benefit Analysis of Legalized Marijuana in Colorado, and my favorite, and the citizens of Colorado and the members of the Senate express gratitude for the Senate Holbert's exemplary service to our great state and wish him well in his future endeavors." And that's signed by President Fenberg. And I know that was just read, but I think it was very important to read it again to emphasize the impact. Yeah, thanks. To emphasize the impact that Senator Holbert had here in the Senate, and his time here at the Capitol is 20 plus years as a lobbyist and in the House and here. I never get tired of hearing the stories from when he was in the House or even when he was a lobbyist, listening to his stories about how he worked the members here when he was a lobbyist, his stories about when he was in the House, and his stories that I actually got to witness here in the Senate. You know, one thing about Chris, he never shied away from the tough issues. You know, the marijuana, like I said, not my favorite subject, and we argued about it, and I hate to say it, but I don't think I ever voted for one of his bills on the marijuana, but he wasn't ever afraid to back down from it. The liquor bill that we talked about earlier from back several years ago, you know, Chris didn't back down from that either. When it comes to gun rights or Second Amendment rights, Chris never backed down. He's a man of principles. And that's one of the things I respect the most about him. He would not back down. He stood up for what he believed in. Nope, he has a perfect record on license plates. He refuses to vote for a bill on license plates, and I think he has a 100% perfect record on that. The marijuana issue, again, like I said, believes in that and believes in that choice, and I respect him for that. I have a tremendous amount of respect for Chris Holbert. You know, there's a reason that they call somebody in his position leader, because that's what he is. You know, he is one of the best statesmen I have ever met. And I know that's going to be his legacy, that he's going to be recognized as a statesman down here at the Capitol. But he also is a tough negotiator when need be. And it's a combination of both. And he knows when to be that statesman, and he knows when to be that negotiator and work things out. And I think, as you can see here tonight, we've been moving a lot of things through. We've been getting some compromises, and we've been working, or he's been working with both sides so that we can get these bills done and hopefully benefit the people of Colorado. You know, we were talking earlier, Senator Holbert and I, about when it's time to leave. People know, I think, true leaders know when it's time to go, when it's time to leave. You look at some of the great sports heroes. John Elway, he knew when it was time to leave. He was on the top of his game, and he left. And I think Senator Holbert, Leader Holbert, is leaving at the top of his game. He's done what he wanted to do when he got down here. I don't know if he's done everything he's wanted to do, but he has accomplished a lot. And I think he realizes it's time to open up a new chapter of his life. He and Don are going to be moving down to Florida to experience, like I said, a new chapter. And I respect him immensely for what he's about to do, what he's done in the past, and what he is going to do in the future. And I know we all would like to know, and we all want to come visit, and especially in the winter. And I hope you have a spare bedroom for us. So, Leader Holbert, it's been a privilege and an honor to serve with you as the Assistant Minority Leader. My son likes to tease me, say that I'm the assistant to the Minority Leader, but Senator Holbert has never treated me like that. He always treated me equally as a co-partner, and I appreciate that. Senator Holbert, we're going to miss you, but good luck to you in your next endeavor.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. And, you know, the real reason we read this tribute twice is because we wanted to see how many times we could say legalize marijuana and Holbert in the same sentence. But I am grateful to you, Mr. Minority Leader, because you've taught me things, whether you realized it or not. As we all know, I came into this position midway through session, was trying to just find my way, figure out the position, and this is obviously the Majority Leader position is a position that the Minority Leader had previously. My favorite conversations with you is when you sometimes play chess with yourself. You lay out this scenario, if I do this, then you're going to do this, and then I'll do this. And I was like, sometimes that didn't even occur to me. Yeah, I would do that. That sounds great. I think I will do that, Mr. Minority Leader. And it inadvertently taught me the rules, but also how you negotiate and how you come to some reasonable resolution that both sides can agree to. Senator Cook had it exactly right. You are a statesman at your core. And this place is so much better off because you served here, you guarded the institution, and we are going to miss you very much.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And gosh sakes, I'm so excited to come down here and honor Diane. What an incredible young lady she is, and all the work she's accomplished, and how she got Chris out of the house for 12 years is just an incredible feat. You know, the truth is, she truly is an amazing lady, and quite frankly, I don't know how Chris was able to marry up the way he did, and now is going to go down and be a pool boy while his wife does all the work. It's just an amazing scenario. If I wasn't too heavy to fit in the suitcase and be too heavy for the limits, I'd go down with him. Seriously, they're a team. I have watched them work together for 12 years. When she was in the political arena, when he was in the political arena, they were arm in arm, focused on goals to get things done. And when I first met Leader Holbert, I was serving with his predecessor, Mike May, who was the minority leader in the House at that time. And Mike goes, "You're going to like him. He votes no as often as you do." Says, "Well, good, another good conservative." And when he got here, I was totally blessed because he had the same integrity that I looked for in 12 years. He's never lied to me. In 12 years, if he had a problem, we talked it through. In 12 years, we relied on each other's counsel. If he had a question, he came to me. And I know a lot of you said, "Don't challenge me on the rules." There's one guy that can challenge me on the rules, and that's Mr. Holbert. It's actually fun to serve with somebody else that took time to understand those rules and figure out how they work and became an expert on those rules. So don't put anything back past Minority Leader Holbert on the rules. I'd tell you a couple of stories, then I'd have to kill you. So I'm not going to share stories about my friend other than what I have already shared. But know that this place truly is a better place because of his leadership. His leadership in which he would sit back and listen. He'd talk and listen. He'd guide and counsel. And I don't know how he did it, but somehow he would make you feel like what you just made the decision was. Actually, the truth is, what he just made the decision was your idea. And that is a true leader. He had a conversation with you, and you had this brilliant idea of what he had thought about days before, time before, and helped you arrive at the right decision. I'm going to miss him. I'm going to use an excuse to go to Florida. Come down, maybe I can be a pool boy too. But okay, maybe not. But I will, I look forward. As you all will learn from longevity here, you build relationships that will last a lifetime. Relationships that stories will come up in 10 years. Remember that. And I look forward to sitting down in a warm area in the middle of winter, the beer in my hand, talking about those stories. Diane, thank you for allowing a good friend to serve with us, to lead us, to be a mentor, to be a friend. I'll always be a friend. God bless you. Godspeed in your new career.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Minority Leader, Majority Leader, Senator Holbert, Chris, Son of God. Now, I'm going to be brief because they've said limited to, what's that, how many minutes? 55 minutes? They said limited to 30 minutes all in. And any words that I use, any time that I take, takes from you. And I know, Professor Holbert, that you speak in 50-minute blocks. And so I will be brief. I'm going to say speak about three things about Senator Holbert. As a partner, as a champion, and as a servant leader. In politics, partners can be hard to find. They give and they take, and they honor each other, and they protect each other. And Senator Holbert has been a great partner in us developing strategy as a team, as individuals, and as a caucus. He's helped us develop legislative operations in partnership, and that has always been meaningful. And I got to know his better half and therefore understand him a little bit better on a trip in 2015 where we were able to go to Israel, quite frankly, to understand what it is to be the rootstock grafted on to the main branch of our faith, and enjoyed getting to know Diane and Chris, and therefore understanding Chris a little bit better. I would describe Chris as a champion, which for me is a little bit more than a mentor. A mentor will feed to you information, support, encouragement as you ask for it, as you need to have it fed to you and you request it. A champion is somebody who will fight for you, and quite frankly, sometimes fight with you to speak into your life in a way that can be a little bit more challenging. And Chris has done that for me personally, and I'm very grateful for that. But the thing that I think is most defining in my experience with Senator Holbert is that of a servant leader. And he has been a servant leader for his constituents. Now, many of us respond to constituents. I mean, we get all sorts of calls and emails, and the response is, yeah, I thought about that, you're probably all right. Senator Holbert will get up at 5 in the morning, 4 in the morning, 3 in the morning, 2 in the morning, at some point early in the morning, and write a white paper on email and send it to a constituent so that they understand more completely what the process is all about and serve them in that way that is incredibly sacrificial. Time, especially between 2 a.m. and 5 a.m., is precious, and he invests it in his constituents. He's invested in our caucus as a servant leader. We went through a transition last cycle, and Leader Holbert said some things that are, quite frankly, not the sort of thing you would expect a leader to say. We all kind of hang on to that power that we've accumulated. He said, take the information, check in with our team, find out what their will is. And if their will is that I should continue to serve in the role I'm in, great. And if the will is otherwise, that's fine too. That is an enormous thing for a politician to say. And it's an incredible act of servant leadership in my perspective. And I think you also, Senator Holbert, are a servant leader to something you love deeply, not as much as Diane, but you love deeply. And that is the Constitution. You serve the Constitution of the state of Colorado, and you know it better than most all of us, and you serve the Constitution of the United States of America and know it well as well. So I'm a fairly emotional guy. I tear up at Hallmark commercials. But I think I might have found someone who is even more emotional than I am, and that would be my friend, Senator Chris Holbert. Godspeed.
Thanks. Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President. You and I came in together 12 years ago. There's only, I think, 5 of us left. Senator Quorum, Senator Scott, Senator Fields. We came in, I was determined to try to get to know the people on the other side of the aisle. And you and I were walking back from one of those dinners that we had on 16th Street Mall. And as we were doing that, we were talking to each other in that sort of get acquainted sort of way. You were telling me about your passions, and you were talking about the Constitution, and you were talking about the Second Amendment, and I, quite candidly, was a little off-put by the second part of that, but I respected it. And then I began to share with you my passion for restorative justice. And we talked extensively about that over weeks. And then when I presented a bill in the Colorado legislature for restorative justice, the first significant one, we talked about it more, and then you came to me and said, Representative, I have a bill I want to talk to you about. It's about wearing a gun under my coat and how unfair it is to call that a concealed weapon. All I had to do is take my coat off and it's no longer concealed. I was trying to understand both the philosophical and the legal frame from whence you cometh, but I ended up voting for your bill in committee. With no minimal amount of pushback from my friends about that. But you, when I presented the restorative justice bill on the floor, supported the restorative justice bill. So we've had a bond over disparate philosophical views and approaches to the world, but we've transcended them. And I think it's partially because you're a man of sincere integrity. You are honorable, you're respectful, and you listen. And you have this astonishing curiosity. You can't stop asking the next question. So I've enjoyed working with you over the years, and we've gotten into some peculiar alliances arising in part over our mutual commitment to liberty, though we view it a little bit differently. But we co-sponsored a bill together to abolish truancy, jailing for truancy. And you were positively indignant that anyone would put a kid in jail for skipping school. I shared that indignancy, and we passed that bill, and I can't recite all the opposition and pushback we got from judges because we were curtailing judicial discretion. Remember? They didn't put kids, right? They were not curtailing, we were curtailing the power, the discretion of judges. They weren't putting kids in jail for skipping school. They were putting kids in jail for disobeying the judge. So we've had quite a journey together. It's been a sheer joy to work with you. You are passionate, you're respectful, you're honorable, you're committed, and you're a historian. And I appreciate that greatly. So I wish you bon voyage as we both sail into the sunset together. It has been a joy to work with you. I agree. Thank you.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, the Holberts are leaving for Florida. I'm really going to miss Diane. Chris voted against my bill earlier tonight. I have no hard feelings, but you know, we called him a leader here, but the amazing thing is, how can anybody that's wrong so many times be a leader? I mean, can you answer that, Diane? Thank you. No, Chris, it's been a pleasure to know you as I came in, the country boy from Southwest Colorado, and we had lots of good conversations. We've had good times. Chris and I have had we had disagreements on issues, but I don't believe it ever got disagreeable. And you know, he came to me this week, a bill that I had pulled off of, because I didn't like the process that it was going through. And he said, would you be offended if I take the sponsorship? And I said, absolutely not, you know. So we do what we do, but he's been a good guy to know. Sending him to Florida is going to be quite an experience. The rumor is that he's going to be quite a go-getter in Florida. Have you heard that? Absolutely. He got his wife a job. He's going to take her to work. At about 5 o'clock, he'll go get her. But truly, Chris, it's been a wild ride. It doesn't seem like 12 years. It seems like it was yesterday, and I think that we have developed a friendship that I think Chris is one of those guys that you might not see for 3 years, but it's like it was yesterday. So I wish you well. I will miss you, and have a good life. See you, bud.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm so glad that we made some space tonight before Diane left to do this, because to hear Holbert talk about you in this building knows that we couldn't do it without you. There's a few things that electeds get reputations for, and our reputations can be just that, a reputation. They can be bad, they can be good, they can be hazy, they can be malleable. But Leader Holbert, you have an honorable and a good one, and I think that's even more remarkable. That's over 12 years. Your love of the building cannot be questioned. Right? Wherever you're coming from, whatever the issue is, whatever the negotiation of the night or the argument of the day or the tension of the week or the joy of the month, whatever the topic is, your love of this building and respect for this chamber cannot be questioned. I've always appreciated your open door and even more so your open couch. A number of times I've kind of sheepishly wandered in. Got a minute, buddy? Want to talk through something? And without condescension or making you feel like you should have known the answer, you've been an honest thought partner. And I think I almost always followed your advice, which is saying something because I'm stubborn. And I think I was trying to think back, where did, because you work together, your colleagues at the very least, at the very least in this building we're colleagues. But with some people, you become friends. And I was trying to think, when the heck did I become friends with Holbert? I mean, I was enough of a friend to start calling you Holbert. So when did I start calling you Holbert instead of Senator Holbert, Minority Leader Holbert, or Majority Leader Holbert? And I think it was over dyslexia. I think somehow on a late night or a long bill debate, either it was me confiding in you that I struggle with reading scripts, or asking you why you have the clean desk, or talking about the approach at the well. We both found this kind of lifelong struggle, and therefore a complicated relationship with reading and speaking because of an embedded, unfixable challenge with words. And what an ironic job that we find ourselves for two people who live and breathe by the word, that it is a fight to get those words out and to read them at times. In fact, one of the most important pieces of advice I ever got in this building was from you around that topic. You casually and very nicely grabbed me one time and said, "You speak a lot better when you don't use a speech." And from that moment on, I was like, you know what? If that's honest feedback from a friend, I really tried hard from that moment on to not let my dyslexia inform me reading from page after page. And lastly, you cannot talk about Holbert without complimenting him on his grasp of the rules. Such a funny, silly, inside the building compliment that no one else would get, but it is one of the highest compliments you can pay to someone in this chamber. I ask you a lot. Come over. Is that right? What do you think about this? Where's this part? When I ask other people that, and they give me an answer that conflicts with my own, I almost always go back to my desk, pull out the rule book, and prove to myself if I was wrong or I was right, because I don't take them at their word. If I go up to Holbert and I say, is that the right rule? And he's like, yes, I take you at your word. I don't check you. I know that you're probably right and I'm probably wrong. So just lastly, a simple thank you for your kindness. It's important in this building, and your kindness has made it a better place. Thank you, sir.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said to keep this short, so good leader, go Chris. I do have a few more words. Chris, you may remember, I'm sure you do, I think that I have the distinct pleasure of knowing you to see your whole career when you, we've known each other when you were a lobbyist and I was a freshman legislator, and you lobbied me when you were with the Colorado Mortgage Lenders Association. I still remember those days. And in fact, I can sort of remember the issues that you lobbied me on. And that's when I realized that you were a man of honesty and integrity, and you really knew as a freshman legislator. You helped me, you helped a lot of people when we were new, and you knew the rules, which has been talked about time and time again. And I was fortunate enough to move on into the House, and lo and behold, there is this new guy, I say new guy, Representative Holbert, and he comes in, and he was miles ahead of us. He not only knew the rules, he knew what to do, what to say. I had the distinct pleasure, as you recall, of you being on the Business and Labor Committee with me. Though I was the chairman, I think I learned a lot more from you than you did from me or anybody else. You were a real voice of reason, a voice of wisdom, and I've always admired you. And then here I am, sort of the rookie in the Senate, and I've had the distinct pleasure to serve with you in the Senate and observe your leadership close hand. And I greatly admire your leadership, not only on our side, but for the entire chamber. And what I really admire is your gift and your speaking ability, that you can come down and on almost any subject. There's only probably one other person in the chamber that might be able to speak a little bit more about things, but I won't say his name, but his initials are Bob. But anyways, I've always admired your speaking ability and the way that you conduct yourself. We're going to miss those of us that are Avs fans. We're going to miss you being the Avs fan, but I'm sure you'll carry on that tradition down in Florida. I have no doubts about it. The other thing which I really love about you is your sense of humor. As you probably know, I have a sense of humor, but for some reason I've really been able to connect with you on your wry sense of humor and how things go. I'm going to miss that. So all I'll say in conclusion, go in peace and go in liberty.
I don't know if there was a promised order, so if you think you were next, stand up and I will acknowledge you. Senator, oh, well, all four of you can't. That's not Senator Gardner. And then Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam President. I understood that it was a total of 30 minutes for each of us, but perhaps not. Leader Holbert, Diane, I was just all day today kind of going through the memories in my head. I wanted to say, Chris, of all the people that I have never worked for, you're the best. That's an inside joke, folks. And Diane, if the stories you could tell about all of us that Chris never lets show, I'm sure that there are many. Chris does say from time to time that, particularly through the toughest decisions we had in the pandemic, that you reminded him that he ran for the job. And we're glad you did. I remember you first being elected to the House, and we've talked about a bill that I wasn't fond as a House Judiciary Chair to have, but you passed it how many? 60? 40 to 25. 40 to 25. That was a bill that Senator Holbert brought because of his convictions, his beliefs, and his integrity, which is second to none. The thing that is so difficult as a legislator, the most difficult job, is to be a caucus leader. I mean, if you think that guys like me and maybe Cook, I don't know, are difficult to cross the aisle from you, imagine what it's like to have us in your caucus and to figure out how to get us going in the same direction, and even when we don't agree, to bring us together, create a sense of unity, teach us and model for us how to disagree on things without being disagreeable, and realize that we agree on the big things, and that if we pull together, we're much stronger than if we pull in opposite directions. All of that is not easy, and I have learned a great deal by watching you and have thought a great deal about that in our years together in the Senate. You, as majority leader, had the authority, the privilege to name committee chairs, and the truth of the matter is I did think that I worked for you in some sense, because in that position we are appointed by the majority leader and we serve at the pleasure of the majority leader. And some, over the many, many years in this General Assembly, there are stories of that being abused, but you never, ever did that. You always resided the trust in your committee chairs, in your committee appointments, and let us do what we believed was right. You might ask us, and you might suggest to us, and we might decide that a different course or some other solution would be best for the whole, but never did you ever say, don't do that, or you're not going to be chair. And believe me, that is not an easy thing to do, because as I'm sure Leader Moreno knows, there are times when you are quite frustrated. Those who've never held the job, I know, will not understand. Diane, thank you for sharing Chris with us, and thank you for your service to the people of Douglas County and to Colorado. We wish you both the best. I'm not going to come down and be a pool boy. I might stop by to see you, And if I find Jerry Sonnenberg there laying out in his cowboy boots, I don't know. I don't even want to do the visual. All of the things that have been observed by your colleagues, on both sides of the aisle, are absolutely true. I have learned a great deal from you. We all can learn from each other, and I have learned how to behave with equanimity and grace in the most difficult of situations. You have modeled that for all of us, and I thank you for it, and I wish you both the very best. You have served your district and the entire state in a way that speaks of the highest and the best that is to be a legislator here in the state of Colorado, and I'm going to miss you.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam President. Leader Holbert, just a few things that I want to say as you begin to transition into this new role post-legislative life. I want to thank you for training me on the rules at new legislator orientation, on helping to train about how this institution works, and then carrying that tradition and love of teaching into sometimes social studies teacher level of love of our Constitution. I've always learned from you, and I have always appreciated the reverence with which you hold those documents and the love for this institution. I also want to thank you for being for showing up as who you are and being open and honest about that, whether that's allowing yourself to be emotional or vulnerable or angry or showing up with your guitar or, honestly being yourself, I think is important in this space, and particularly in these complicated and trying times. And then the last thing I just want to say is thank you for the advocacy and the way you bring your full self to all of your policy. Being able to run legislation with you, I learned a lot actually about how you approached stakeholder meetings, learning from opposition, actually trying to hear through to understand where the other side is coming from. And I've always tried to be a student. So as you transition into this next role, I hear Florida may have some Latinos in it, but they may not have chicharrones. And so if you ever need some chicharrones from the west side of Denver, you let me know. Thank you.
Senator Bridges?
There we go. I have had the privilege of bumping into the minority leader on several occasions, leaving these chambers very, very late at night. And we have had some incredible conversations, but the first, in my first year here, I remember that he said, I complimented him first on his integrity and working with him, and he said, I hope you don't mind me saying this since, it's your second to last day. He said, I don't know that I'm the leader that they need. I'm not a wartime general. This was 4 years ago. And it just struck me as so deeply wrong, because I think we are in a battle right now in America. We're in a battle for decency. We're in a battle to get folks to believe that government can work. We're in a battle for disagreeing without being disagreeable. We are, in a real way, in a battle for the soul of this country. And what is wrong with Washington is that it's full of wartime generals. It is full of people who care more about themselves, more about their party, more about winning than they do about the country. Professor Holbert is a man of integrity. He is tough, but generous, and he is always fair. And I think it says something that just as many Democrats have come down to tribute him as Republicans. And he plays a mean freebird. It's important. So, Senator Holbert, you are the kind of general that we need right now for the battle that we are in for the soul of this country. We need people who love this state more than their party, and you are a statesman. You have been a blessing for the people of Colorado, for this chamber, and we are poorer for your departure. But man, Godspeed on the next adventure.
Senator Scott?
Hey, friend.
Thank you, Madam President. These things are tough because you're just like, what do you say that's going to keep people's attention? Because it's difficult. We sit here and we listen and we reminisce about what our memories might be. Mine are interesting because, again, Chris and I came in together, and it was an interesting day. I can still remember some of those details. As I walked in here, this is going to sound crazy, the only time I'd ever been in this building is when I had orientation. And I was shown where the restrooms were. They had taken us in the other chamber and shown us where our seats were, handed us a rule book, do's and don'ts, but we were just kind of like thrown in the pond. And I remember when I first talked to Chris, I had no idea what his background was. I did not know he had been a lobbyist in his previous life. I had no idea that he had really good ideas on what happens in this place. And he was just amazing because he just kept saying, just come ask me questions, come ask me questions. And I did, probably to a point where he wanted me to go away. But he was always so easy to talk to. He'd just look at me and say, okay, this is the rule, this is how we do it. And my response was probably something like, we don't need no stinking rules. But he said we just had to follow those rules. So we served together in the House. We had a blast, passed thousands of pieces of legislation, debated to levels I can't even remember. They were so late at night and into the early morning hours. And then we both got elected to the Senate. Here we were. And it was like, wow, now this is a whole nother level, right? This is a whole step differently than what we're used to. So we had to kind of relearn things at that point somewhat together. It was a little bit different then. But then he became majority leader. And then I became assistant majority leader. And then our doors were right next to each other. And what happened then, I think, is probably more impactful than anything we've ever done in this building. We started to build a personal relationship more than we ever had before. And Chris, he was great. He'd come over, stick his head at the door and go, you got a minute? And I'd say, yeah, sure. So I'd go around the corner and we'd sit on the couch or sit at the desk or wherever we sat. And I'd say, what's up? And we didn't talk about one bill, not one piece of legislation. We just talked about things in our lives, what was going on in his life, his wonderful wife. He talked about you all the time, still does. We talk about family, adventures, and yeah, we might talk a little bit about legislation or maybe a little strategy, but it was a tremendous amount of just personal time that we sat and talked. And then we fooled everybody because they thought we were in there really, figuring out what we were going to do the next day, and we did some of that. Some of the funny things he would do, though, before the session would start in the morning, I would once in a while get a call from Chris. Get in there. Don't let him call roll until I'm there. Because he had a streak going. And by gosh, that streak was not going to be broken. So I would stand at this podium and make up something and would drag our feet. And lo and behold, through those beautiful doors, Chris would come bolting in, and he was here. Didn't mess up his streak. He wasn't going to do that. But more than all this legislative things that we've done and the discussions we've had, I will always remember that personal connection. That was the thing that was important, and still important to me. And he used to tell me things like, don't take this place that seriously or you'll lose your mind. And so obviously I have not, especially in the last couple of years. But he always had his eye on the ball, always had his eye on the ball. He knew exactly what we were going to do, when we were going to do it, how we were going to do it. And we had some disagreements over process sometimes. He would always win. But the one thing that he said to me one time, I don't even know if you remember this, he said, I just want you to remember, we have to mean what we say and say what we mean. And we cannot vary from that, regardless of whether it's our side of the aisle or the other side of the aisle. We have to do that. It's important. It's important because we had integrity, and that was so important to him that we upheld that integrity as the majority at that time. He said, we must do it the right way. And for that, I'll always be thankful because he did teach me that honesty is just so important. I don't know what he's going to do with the rest of his career, but he's not done yet. Sounds like he's going to take a little bit of a break, which is important. Don't let him make you more. But whatever he does, you can bet he is going to be successful because he has those traits: integrity, honesty, and he means what he says, and he says what he means. God bless you. Bye.
Smallwood. Senator.
Yes. Promise. Junior. All right. It's so nice to have somebody next to me who cries as easily as I do at the well. So thank you for that. And Diane, I know you know either a lot or most of the people here. I really do want to thank you. Thank you for welcoming my wife into a whole new world that's complicated and difficult and intimidating. And I will always be very, very grateful to what you showed our family. So thank you for that. I've really nothing but thanks and admiration for both of you. I know you've heard everything, so I can be really brief, right? You've heard the word leader over and over again, because obviously we choose Chris as our leader and have chosen Chris as our leader, and a mentor for me as the almost no longer junior senator from Douglas County to have you all may not have any idea how often I have been in Chris's office when I really needed advice on something. There's not a this isn't a very friendly building most of the time. There's not a lot of people that you can really, truly rely on when something really bad is happening. And Chris has always been that person for me. His door's always been open. And again, thanks and admiration, thanks and admiration, thanks and admiration. You've heard friend a lot of times this evening, and Chris, I absolutely consider you and Diane both friends, and advocate, right? The things that Chris is passionate about, we know when he's passionate about it and fighting. But I just want to remind everybody that when you talk to Chris outside of politics and you sit down with him, you quickly realize that those words are all true, and I don't want to take anything away from those, but I view Chris, number one, as a child of the Most High God. Bible comes first. Constitution's probably pretty close behind, but that is something that I've always respected about you, is that nobody ever doubts where your moral compass is at, that you are, at least in my opinion, a husband second, and probably father third, to be a success in all of those areas is something that you should really be commended for. I absolutely agree to the prior speakers. You've proven to be a statesman, although I haven't heard much about Avs fans tonight. Did I just miss that? Did somebody talk about who in the world is going to come here at the well and remind us every time the Avs win a hockey game? Somebody is going to need to carry that banner. So again, to the Holberts, Godspeed. I can't wait to be joining you over steak at Burns Steakhouse in Tampa. I will pay for half, meaning my half. And thank you both for everything that you've done for us. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Senator Fields?
Thank you, Madam President. It's an honor to stand here and pay tribute to someone that I would call my friend, but he's also the minority leader and he's also senator. And we worked together in the House and then we worked together in the Senate. And so I'm going to start off by just saying thank you, thank you, thank you. And the reason I'm saying thank you is because you've never let our disagreements interfere with the legislative work we had to do. Far too often, or many times, we have different points of opinion. Despite that, we still stayed friends. And not everyone has the ability to do that, because they harbor resentment. And you never did that when it came to our exchange. In fact, when we were in the House, we ran legislation together to address truancy. And at the time when you were truant so many days, they would put you in detention. And we worked with the Justice Department to come up with an equitable process that was fair as it relates to juveniles that were truant. And we felt like putting them in jail was not the right approach. And it's good to see you, Diane, because the last time I saw you, I don't know who was exchanging tissues, but I know my eyes were filled with tears because I was in Douglas County at a church there because of the shooting of an officer. And so what I really appreciate about your love and labor in the House and then also in the Senate is that you never lost sight of community. And an effective leader is someone that not only loves the work and the policy, but you also have to care and love for the community, because it's hard for you to be upfront as it relates to the public face for your community if you don't care about them. And you care about them. I remember the legislation that you passed as it relates to move over Cody. Once again, in the way you treated that family in reference to the pain that's associated with grief, and letting her know that we would never forget, and we're going to advance and pass legislation so that no one else is not harmed because they're just driving too fast and not letting law enforcement do their job. I love the way that you talk about your family, especially your son. You are so proud of your son. And every time he's here, you just kind of beam up with joy. I want to call you the dean of the Senate, the professor of the Senate, because what he does is he speaks right in that camera and he's explaining to the people of Colorado what's going on down here. And it's the civic lessons. And I'm sitting here, I know that. But yet the people who are listening and tuning in don't know it. And I believe that the people of Colorado appreciate those lessons because a lot of times they don't understand how to navigate or everything that goes on around here. But we have a dean, we have a professor that makes sure that he's keeping everyone in the loop as it relates to the procedures that we have down here. I heard somebody said that he was sensitive. He's a sensitive man, but he's very, very kind. And he's very, very strategic. I've never seen him angry, but I have seen him be disappointed. I know that look. But I've never seen him demonstrate his anger in public. I'm quite sure he does, but I've not seen it. So I want you and your family, I want to wish you the best of luck as you move on beyond this place here. You have been a good leader. And you have represented your community extremely well. I wish you and your family all the best.
Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Madam President. Members, I am happy to be able to stand up to acknowledge my friend and colleague here, Mr. Minority Leader, before he leaves to finally go have peace in Florida. I know he's been looking forward to the time when service was done here, when he did his job and it was time to leave. I met Chris first in the House for 2 years before he came to the Senate. I didn't get to know him well, except for on the Education Committee, but I didn't get to know him well personally, and I think that started on our trip to Israel, where I first got to know a little bit more about his background and where he comes from, and better understand who he is and how he got here. And we shared the story of our childhood and those similarities. I've really loved getting to know you better, Mr. Minority Leader, over all of the years. You are an incredibly genuinely great human being. I think that it's obvious when we look at the Senate and how different we all are. It's not just because we have better members. We're in the Senate. I've definitely adjusted to the Senate over the House. But it's also the leadership that you bring to this chamber, the way that we treat each other, that we can disagree and still be respectful and treat each other with dignity. And you absolutely show that every day at the top. That is something that we desperately need in this country, and something that I really appreciate about this body and the way that we interact and what you bring to this chamber. We're going to miss your constitutional law classes, your history lessons, but most importantly, we're going to miss your heart. The amount of times that I see you hold back tears when you're talking about an issue you care about, a person that means so much to you, you love deeply. And that is obvious when you talk about your family, your wife, Diane, who we don't always get to thank our family members here, but it is absolutely a family affair. So thank you, Diane, because I know that you go through all of this with him. And when you talk about your kids and what they mean to you and the type of dad you want to be. And it's just been an honor to know you. We are going to miss you. And go Avs!
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't know what you're all talking about. The Chris Holbert I know is a marshmallow. I didn't mean there. I remember the first time I saw you in committee as a state senator, he started crying. I thought, what is going on? And then pretty soon, I'm watching everybody else, including the other senator from Douglas County. Everybody's crying. I thought, he's got everyone crying in here. I'm like texting people going, why is everyone crying? But by the time we got done, it was like a whole day of crying. Like, we were all crying. I thought, he really is just kind of a marshmallow. But he was very, very passionate about what he was speaking to. And he knew the people that were testifying in support of his bill. He knew them personally. And he brought that story to the hearing, right? I'm looking at Simpson. He was there that day too. But I actually met Chris before I was a state senator. I don't know if you remember. But worked on this bill, the Workforce WIOA bill, and had met and talked with him. And then as we were going through it, ended up working with the staff more than Chris. But at one point, we were told that, I was told specifically, you need to get some people down here to testify. Like, there needs to be at least 5 or 6 people come down and testify on this bill as it's going through committee. And I believe you were chairing the committee. And I'm like, okay, so then I have to call people to get them there. One of the people that I called to come was Libby Szabo. And and unbeknownst to me, like 5 or 6 other people decided to show up for the bill. So as we were going through and giving testimony, and Libby gives her testimony, and it was Libby, so she gave her testimony, and she comes back and sits down, and we're sitting next to each other. And then another person gets up, and then another person gets up. And then Libby gets a text from Chris that says, why are all these people testifying? And I'm looking at her, and she's like, shows me the phone, and I grabbed her phone, and I said, because you wanted them here, kind of thing, right? And he thought Libby said that to him, but it was really me. But that's when I saw Chris in action as a state senator, and definitely was impressed the way you handled the meeting, the way you ran the committee, and did a great job. But, the other things about Chris, we've all talked about it. He's a history professor. He took Senator Simpson and I on a tour of the Capitol. It was one of the best tours I've ever been on. We went all the way, and I mean all the way to the top, to the dome, climbed all the way up there, learned all about the history, about Sherman, about Grant, why this was named that, where this was, everything. That was phenomenal. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. It's not the only lesson. Obviously, he's given us all lessons in history about the Capitol, just about the Constitution, about the rules, about everything. He was in our orientation. Thank you. That was excellent. I do remember when I was, after I'd gotten elected and I was getting my committee assignments, and I remember having some discussions with Chris prior to that, and I'd had some discussions with Paul about it, about committee assignments. And I had said that, I really wanted to be on transportation and energy if possible. But if I had to be, I would be on health and human services. So I can still remember the night Chris called me to tell me what my assignments were going to be. And he told me I was going to have not 1 or 2 committees, but I was going to have the pleasure of being on 3 committees. Thank you. Thank you so much. And so I'm thinking, okay, I'm probably going to be on health and human services, and maybe I'm going to get transportation and energy, and who knows what the other one is. Well, he starts off with the other one, which was local government. He's like, we think it would make sense for you to be on local government. And I thought, I don't need to be on local government. Someone else should be on that. But I thought, whatever, that's fine. I will do that. And he goes, and then, we want you to be on health and human services. And I'm like, okay, I knew that was coming. So I'm thinking, okay, so if I'm going to be on 3 committees, because not everyone's on 3 committees, then maybe I'm going to get transportation. He goes, nope, we're going to put you on education. And I'm like, what? And I don't know if you remember what I said, but I'm like going, you're going to put me on education? And said, the only thing I know about the education committee is, and about education is, I have one. And I know that there is a Public School Finance Act. I've never read it. I don't know what's in it. I don't have any clue about education. I never sat on a school board. I mean, I thought you said you were going to put people on committees where they had experience. I have absolutely no experience in education other than, again, I have one. And he goes, yep, but we're putting you on there. I'm like, all right, well, thank you, Mr. Minority Leader, for nothing. Thank you so much. But it turned out to be a great experience. And I have truly enjoyed it. I enjoy all my committees, and you knew exactly what you were doing. Good job. That's probably why you're the minority leader. But anyways, I just want to say you are a great leader. You are a teacher. You take all the time in the world. You'll take the time to really work through issues with people, to really talk us through what's going on, how it works in the Constitution, how it works in the rules. I mean, you are so patient. I'm totally amazed, especially with the group of people that you have to work with. But your open door policy is great, and again, you just made me feel very welcome here. I appreciate that. I appreciate being able to have worked with you in as county commissioners. So I knew your wife before a little bit better than you, but You're a great leader. You're a good person to have in the position that we had you in. You guided us through this year and last year, and I just really appreciate everything that you've done for the state of Colorado and in the way that you've helped me become a better state senator. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been here brief, so I guess I'll keep this brief. But Mr. Minority Leader, let me tell you 3 things that I think of when I think about you. First, how deliberative you are. And I've seen it here many, many times. But I first saw it during the first of many pranks that I got as the most junior member of the Senate coming in the middle of session off of a vacancy committee. Quite literally minutes before I became a senator, and it was because during the review of the credentials, it was you who stood for quite a moment underneath the lamp looking to see if there was anything you could find on that credential to dispute. Encouraging. For the first few times I spoke up here, even though we disagreed passionately on the matter at hand, you came over and gave me a kind word, and I deeply appreciate that. And the third and final one is that you have been an unyielding voice for the minority. And that is particularly important to me now because you are moving to Tampa Bay area. They are the 2-time defending Stanley Cup champions. And you are doing that at the very moment that the Colorado Avalanche will meet them in the Stanley Cup finals. So I think that we can have unanimous bipartisan concurrence that you are the guy that we want in Tampa at that precise moment in history.
President Finberg.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Cook requested that I keep this brief.
Yes.
Senator Holbert, I keenly remember the day I met you. And it was actually at that Fanatic noodle shop across the street. And I was here for my freshman orientation and went to pretty much the only place you can eat around here. And figured, I would just grab a quick bite. And then I saw you, and we had never met before, but, I knew about you, I knew who you were, I knew your face, and I was like, I'm gonna just go up to him and introduce myself. We haven't met yet, but we're gonna be seeing a lot of each other. I'm gonna get off on the right foot with the majority. And went up to you, and I don't think you were very interested in meeting me. And I just was like, Mr. Leader, I think I said something like, I'm the new Raleigh Heath. And you were just like, uh-huh. And kept slurping your noodles or whatever it was. And, before that election and that orientation, I was like, I'm pretty sure we're going to be in the majority. It's 2016. It's going to be a big blue wave year. This is going to be great. And then, we're in the minority. And I'm already kind of questioning, like, why did I decide to do this? And then I have this sort of cold reception from the majority leader. I'm like, I'm not sure I made the right call. This is going to be, it's kind of like that first day of school where you're like, it's going to be tough to make friends here. And then, I got to know you a little bit better. And the thing that I love about this building and the work that we do here is you become friends with people that in any other situation, in any normal part of your life, you would probably not become friends with that person. Because we all kind of have our routines and our paths, and we sort of self-select to people that are just like us, etc. And so I do really appreciate this, that I came in the minority, because I kind of had to start to become friends with some of you if I wanted any of my bills passed. And then some of you started to grow on me. Paul still is growing on me. I wouldn't say we're there yet, but Chris, I feel like you and I have known each other for so much longer than we have. I think in a lot of ways, I think of you as a friend, but I also, at times, over the last few years, I think, as cheesy as this sounds, sort of saw you as a father figure. And I remember when we took the majority, and I remember the day I came over to the office to scope it out. And I almost felt bad, but only almost. I didn't really feel bad, because I knew how much you loved the job of majority leader. Genuinely, I do have, I wouldn't change anything, but I do have a piece of me that still feels a little bad that us taking the majority took the job that you've probably never loved a job. Yeah, maybe just a little bit. I regret it. Not really. But the fact that that meant that you no longer could serve in the role that I think you probably felt most comfortable and most positioned for. And you did an amazing job as a majority leader. And so I really kind of just want to thank you for being a friend, for helping me, especially in that first year. I appreciate that you sued Leroy and not me. But yeah, I don't know who sued us. One of you did. But in all seriousness, I've learned so much from you. What I've learned over the last couple of years, though, is that the lesson is that yes, this building forces so many of us to get to know each other and become friends with people that we otherwise maybe wouldn't have given a chance to see if there was a friendship there or a relationship. And, over the last few years, I've realized that actually you're exactly the person that I would become friends with. And I think that's a lesson that we all need to sort of take from some of the work that we do here, is that if you let your guard down, you sort of put some of the superficial things aside, you can find common ground and you can find friendship with people that maybe have completely different political beliefs than you, different upbringings, but in the end, if you give it a shot, there's a lot to learn from one another. And I've learned an incredible amount from you, Chris. And Diane, for what it's worth, we haven't gotten to know each other. There are several times that when I realized that I really liked Chris, I would go up to him sometimes on a bill and be like, how are you voting on such and such? And his response would be, Diane would kill me if I vote no on that one. And that's what I knew. He knew what was important, and he had the right priorities. But genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for everything you've taught me. Thanks for being a friend, and I can't wait to see what you do next in Florida.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam President. Whew. I thought there would be a very few people say a very few words. First, I want to say thank you to Diane. In 2002, my employer sent me to this building, and I realized pretty quickly, I really want to do this someday. And I started talking with Diane in 2002. I'd really like to run for the State House someday. And she's been supportive of that the whole way. I want to say thank you to Victor and Carson, our sons, who've walked precincts and were patient as I was making fundraising calls. They were patient after I was elected. I'm going to try to get through this without even touching that. But I'm sure you all have experienced this too if you have kids, but to go out and just do some shopping errands, go to the grocery store, go to Home Depot or Lowe's. And it wasn't very long after I was elected to the House that people would say, oh, Representative Holbert. And they want to talk about something here, but more likely they want to talk about something in Washington, D.C. that we have absolutely nothing to do with. And those conversations might take 15 or 20 minutes, but my sons would probably say 2 or 3 times that time. They used to like to go around and run errands with me, and then they got to the point where they didn't really want to do that because that happened just about every time we were out. But Victor, Carson, love you. Thank you. And then I want to say thank you to my best friend and my mentor, Ted Harvey, who kind of wrapped his arms around me my first year here, 2002. That was his first year as a member. He came in on a vacancy election. Joe Nunez passed away. Ted was a former reader of the State House of Representatives. Diane's brother John is a former reader of the State House of Representatives. Kind of odd curiosity, but something in common. But Ted, during his first session, 2002, he and I became friends. And by June of that year, after sine die, he called up and said, "Come down to my office." Why? I said, "I got something to show you." He had an office down in Castle Rock, and I drove down to Castle Rock, and he had this big dot matrix page from one of those old printers. And it was the voter registration data for the 3 House districts that were in Douglas County at the time. And he said, "This is why you should move to Douglas County." And I'm like, I need to go home and tell Diane we're moving to Douglas County because the data was way better than it was in Arapahoe County where we lived. Friday after Thanksgiving 2002, we bought our empty lot and built our house. June 2003, we moved in, spent 8 years working in the party, supporting Mike May as my state representative, and then I got to run for it in 2010, and here I am. I want to say thank you to Carrie Ebel. We were district captains together back in those days. Carrie worked over at Colorado Christian University and the Centennial Institute. For my former state senator, the president of the Senate, John Andrews, and for a man by the name of Bill Armstrong. Senator Bill Armstrong. Bill was a member of the association that I managed, and I've talked before that he taught me to come to attention while sitting in my office chair. He would call me at CMLA, and I'd pick up the phone, and "Chris, Bill Armstrong," and I'd say, "Yes, sir." That relationship offered an open door to allow me to meet people here like then Senator Doug Lamborn, and Senator Marilyn Musgrave, her name is over here, and Majority Leader Mark Hillman. It was an honor to work for my friend and former chair of Douglas County Republicans, Mark Scheffel, when he ran for Senate. His name is right there. Bill Armstrong is right there, Mark Hillman. And for those of you who get to come stand in this well and speak, Cindy tells me that yes, because I'll be here tomorrow, I get my name there where their names are. Pretty cool. Dyslexia is a frustrating learning disability. I want to take you back to the fall of 1968, my second grade class. My teacher was concerned. She asked my parents to come in for a conference. I was sitting at a desk with a piece of paper in front of me with writing on it in pencil and a lot of red marks. My second grade teacher was standing there next to my mom and my dad. The fluorescent lights of that classroom at Harbor View Elementary School in Juneau, Alaska. And 11 years before Pink Floyd, The Wall came out, my teacher said something that's very reminiscent of the line in the Wall. It says, "How can you have your pudding if you don't eat your meat?" My teacher, with all the right intentions, looked down and shared the advice with my mom and dad. "Chris, you have such potential. If you would only learn to focus." My mother took that advice to heart. She knew I had an unusual brain because before I was 3 years old, I would give her driving directions. That way, go there. She knew I had this video recorder going on, but she also understood that I wrote my capital B, or my lowercase b's and d's backwards and my p's and q's upside down. 2s and 3s were especially hard. "Chris, you have such potential if you'd only learn to focus." Shift a little bit. My second senior year in college, the 5-year plan, because that's how long it took me. I know Bob had to go to law school twice, but it took me 5 years to get my bachelor's degree. I was blessed to have a professor who taught 18th century literature. Anybody love 18th century literature? How about Alexander Pope? Kenneth back here. Anyone know the name Alexander Pope? He's apparently the second most quoted English satirist or poet, second only to William Shakespeare. I couldn't learn Pope by reading it because of my dyslexia, but a professor took time to talk about it, to explain it. Alexander Pope was the Babylon Bee of 18th century England. He made fun of royalty, members of parliament, the media, business people. It was fascinating. Pope wrote this line, and it changed my life. Observe what system into systems run, what other planets circle other suns. My teacher gave me this advice, and as a dyslexic, I had chronic daydream, distraction, always looking around, trying to find more stimulus to keep this busy mind occupied. Observe what system into systems run, what other planets circle other suns. In 2002, my employer was doing very well at the Colorado Mortgage Lenders Association, managing that association, but they said, Chris, we want you to take over government relations. Go down and work with Evan at the Capitol. I didn't know what was about to happen, but in 2002, I walked into this beautiful place, and my mind opened up like a giant flower or a radio telescope. My mom taught me that dyslexia is my superpower. I learned slowly by reading. The first time I chaired the committee of the whole in the House, and this, Cindy, I think you can vouch for me, the first time I chaired the committee of the whole here, the chief clerk and then the secretary of Senate brought me the chairman's handbook and said, here. And I said, oh, no, I don't need that. Well, how do you know what to say? I've stood out here for 7 years and listened. I've got it all recorded. I know what to do. And I think both Marilyn and Cindy were, after I got out of the chair the first time, I was like, wow. My employer sent me here, and I spent that first session in 2002 at Evan's encouragement standing up on the third floor observing your predecessors, our predecessors, the lobby. Understanding you come in the morning, you go to committees upstairs, the House comes in, and they go downstairs watching the lobbyists move around. For 20 years, my dyslexic brain has absorbed information about the people and this place and policy. Thank you for all the speeches that you've given here in the well, whether we disagreed or agreed, and the legislative process. I've been so stimulated here in this building, and the hard thing tonight is, I admit to you, I've never experienced stage fright. Not once. But I know what it feels like because I have this apprehension, this tension in my chest, maybe a little bit of fear. Why? I'm going to try to do it without touching the tissue. My dyslexic brain learns at a voluminous pace by seeing and hearing and doing. And the 34 of you have been my teachers, whether you knew it or not. Whether you believe it or not, almost every word you've said here went in here and stuck. Tim, our chief of staff, has commented, how do you remember all that? I recite a conversation from weeks ago. That's my dyslexic brain. And the challenge that I have as we move forward, I won't be here after tomorrow as a member in General Assembly. Where else am I going to go that teaches so much, so consistently? I'm afraid I might be stuck somewhere having to focus. I don't learn well focusing. I complimented the members of JBC on the long bill that you all have the ability to sit quietly and focus and absorb huge amounts of information by focusing. I absorb huge amounts of information by observing. What legislators circle other legislators? What policies are at play? Pope made that observation in 18th century England when people were still struggling with the reality that Galileo was right. They wanted to believe that the earth was flat, that the sun rotated around us. And Pope was daring the Babylon Bee of his time. Observe what system into systems run, what other planets circle other suns. But it has been an inspiration to me to observe all of you and learn from you. And that's not stage fright, but separation anxiety, loneliness. I won't be lonely because we're about to go on a great adventure. We're empty nesters and we're going to move to Florida. And there is no one in this world, no one on the planet I would rather spend the rest of my life with than Diane. She walked into a room almost 39 years ago, and it was as though my soul was for the first time made whole. And I get the bragging rights. Senator Coleman said I was making it up. She proposed to me. Mr. President, thank you so much for your time. I thought this would take less. I am honored by your kind words, your friendship, and please believe me, I will miss our staff. Thank you, Cindy, your staff, the sergeants, the State Patrol, Chris, and everyone who polishes the brass out there. Be kind to those people. Say hi. Encourage them. Thank them. Father God, thank you for calling me here. Thank you for hearing my prayer. You made me something, a representative, a senator, the majority leader, just like Bill Armstrong and Mark Scheffel, Mark Hillman. Colleagues, I will miss you terribly. You are all friends. Thank you for being teachers in my life. Thank you.
The Senate will come back to order. Majority Leader Moreno. The Senate will stand in a brief recess to go hug Minority Leader Holbert.
The Senate will come to order. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate recall House Bill 1358 from the House, one, because they don't deserve it, but two, for the purpose of reconsideration.
The motion is to recall House Bill 1358 from the House for the purpose of reconsideration. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion is adopted and the bill will be recalled.
Where's Faith? Now I have to move for reconsideration, right?
Yeah.
What? Oh, sorry, I didn't know that I thought we already had it.
Oh, my goodness.
Should we recess?
Majority Leader Moreno.
Do we have it? Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move for the reconsideration of House Bill 1358.
The motion is for the reconsideration of House Bill 1358. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion is adopted and reconsideration is granted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1358?
House Bill 1358, Representatives Sirota and Senators Winter and Fields concerning measures to eliminate the presence of lead in the drinking water of certain facilities where children are present and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of House Bill 1358 and ask for permission for a third reading amendment.
Senator Winter, can you explain the need for the amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. we really want to get this language right. And so we're doing it one more time. Basically, the plan is that we will do testing, remediation, and a follow-up test for all at-home daycare centers, child care centers, and schools that serve K-5. Then should there be money left in the cash fund in phase 2 in the second year, then it will apply to middle schools. But if and only if the money is available, which this amendment clarifies again. And so we think that this is very strong language that ensures that this is not an unfunded mandate for any school. And I encourage a yes vote.
The question before the body is Senator Winter's request for permission to offer a third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and permission is granted. Will the clerk please read amendment 16?
Amendment L016.
Senator Winter,
Thank you, Mr. President. I move L016.
to the amendment.
The explanation I just gave, making sure that this is not an unfunded mandate.
Ditto. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L016. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, L016 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage on third reading, House Bill 1358.
The motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1358. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Cook, Smallwood. Liston is thinking about it. Liston. Cook. Lundeen. Minority Leader Holbert. Any other no votes on House Bill 1358? With a vote of 30 ayes, 5 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1358 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please have the president.
Do you want to start a second, or do you? We'll look at those first up. Start the debate. They're going to talk for a while. Special orders? James, you're back up.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve and subject to committee of the whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself into the committee of the whole for the consideration of the special orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Coleman will take the chair.
Committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1417?
House Bill 1417, Representative Robertson Larson, Senator Rodriguez, concerning the regulation of alcohol beverages and in connection therewith, creating an alcohol beverage regulation task force.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1417.
Motion is the adoption of House Bill 1417. All those in favor, Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've had several false starts as it relates to me discussing on this bill. I haven't changed my position. I'm still a no vote, but I did have an amendment at the desk, and I would like the opportunity to talk about that amendment as it relates to the membership of the task force.
And we will see the amendment here. 1 second. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L 113?
L013 by Senator Fields.
This is a second amendment. That's not the...
Not that amendment. Will the clerk please read?
No, I don't even point it. This is a different... Do you have L023? This is not a combination.
Let me have them print it out. Hold on, sir.
Yeah, all right. Is it 23?
Mm-hmm.
Can I take a picture of 23? Because I haven't seen it yet. Thank you, man.
Amendment
There's a member of the desk. Will clerk please read L23?
Amendment L023 by Senator Fields, amend re-engross bill, page 5, line 9, strike 30, and substitute.
Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L023.
To the amendment, Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Member L023 addresses the membership of the task force. If you look, it's a very long list. I believe the last I checked, it was 30. And I'm saying that we should include one more member. And the reason I say that we should have one more member, because when I look at the membership, as I was saying before we laid the bill over, that this bill avoids or does not include a community advocate. What we have on this is all the people who are specialty folks, like liquor stores and restaurants, and we do have in there Moms Against Drunk Driving, but that's at the end. That, you know, drunk driver usually includes when there is a victim involved. But there's no one there to lend voice for the community. So what we do by avoiding the voice of the community, who understands the impact of having this additional liquor stores in their community, then in the community, you just have to accept what the task force is trying to do as it relates to liquor stores and their code, and ignore the voice of the people who have to live near these liquor stores. This is a simple amendment that allows for someone in the community, one person to advocate the voice of the community as it relates to liquor code and everything that they want to do with this bill. I urge and I vote on L023.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the good senator from Aurora. Yeah, I don't see a problem with adding that. If we think that we need that person on the committee, I ask for an aye vote.
Motion, Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I'm pleased that the senator from Aurora and the sponsor have asked for an aye vote, and I'm inclined to vote aye, but I think it's really important that everyone understand what the amendment does. And so, if you go to your re-engrossed bill, it's amending it at page 5, line 9. Now, page 5, line 9 says the task force consists of, and right now it says 30. This would substitute 31. Page 5, line 11, it says the task force consists, well, it just says at the top, the task force consists of 30 members, one of whom shall be the state licensing authority or the state licensing authority's designee, and 29 of whom shall be appointed. So then we're going to change that to 30. Okay, so we're expanding this by one person. Then page 6, after line 22, we're going to insert, and what you have here, and I'll talk about this in a minute at length so everybody understands who's on the committee. We're going to add one member representing a community advocacy organization to this liquor task force working group. I guess I see that. And then we have to renumber the succeeding paragraphs, subparagraphs, and on page 7, line 23, we strike paren 3, close paren, open paren A, close paren, open paren Roman 28, close paren, and substitute open paren 3, close paren, open paren A, close paren, open paren 29, close paren. This seems like an excellent amendment, and I agree that we should vote aye on L023.
The motion is the adoption of L023. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L23 is adopted. Madam Assistant Majority Leader. Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the sponsor for allowing the membership to be extended to make sure that we have community voice there. And there's many organizations that are strong advocates for their community. So thank you so very much for that. And I'm almost done, because I did get a chance to talk to the Department of Revenue, and they have answered some of the questions that I have. And there's only one additional amendment that I have, and I just did not get an opportunity to talk about this grand compromise. And I'm just trying to understand if this proposal that's being introduced as a bill, will it interfere with our grocery stores and our drug stores to be able to sell spirits? Right now, it looks like it may be only beer and wine, and I just want to confirm if that's true or not.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the good senator from Aurora. I don't think that there's any discussions that are not open in what's being done in this bill. As we've seen, whether it was the Great Compromise or bills that we've run or changes to liquor, some of this bill, as discussed, is introduced. This bill was brought and had discussions since early November, and discussions being had that it was always going to be a task force. And then As we know, as we sit here in the legislature, people file ballot initiatives, ideas start throwing out there, people use that to get policy. Those discussions happened. That's what happened in the House, that they thought there was something. People didn't agree with that, so it all got stripped out in the House to come back to a study. I think this bill was designed to look at all the new things in the years of changes we've made to legislation to see how to fix the liquor codes, whether it's the delivery, whether it's liquor, whether it's wine. I think everything's open on the table, and the task force is broad enough that they put the spirituous people on there, the vintners on there, the wineries on there, the retailers, the wholesalers, the small liquor stores. This bill is for them to look at everything. What happens with the ballot initiatives? That's not my decision to make, and that's not in this bill. So I hope that answers your questions. And we can go for that.
Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the bill sponsor for that clarification and that information. It's very, very helpful. Because in your explanation, you talked about the potential ballot initiative that's going to be coming forward. And I think that's a way to maybe get ahead of that initiative. And as you know, we don't know how the voters are going to respond. But what I do know is in 2016, we did have this grand compromise, and promises were made, and I believe that promises should be kept. And we know that we probably not get an answer in reference to who was at the stakeholders meeting, but I guess I'm just going to say no. I'm just going to seem that whoever was in the room, it was a limited amount of folks that were there that were trying to orchestrate thinking ahead as it relates to this potential ballot initiative. And I'm not going to use my time to talking about that, but you can research that. There is going to be a ballot initiative, most likely, that's going to expand access to liquor and wine in grocery stores and in drugstores and whoever else, delivery. There is going to, that's going to most likely be on the ballot, and the people of Colorado will decide on it. But what's interesting about this, just like the bill sponsor mentioned, is that there's been some conversations about this bill that started way back in February. But somehow this bill has gotten on the express lane. I don't know if you've gone to the express lane in Disney World, but there's an express lane in Disney World that would let you jump frog and bypass everyone that's in line, and you get to be first. And you pay for that if you want the express lane. But in the state of Colorado, the way the procedures and the process that we have down here, some people are entitled to take the express lanes and others aren't. And I would like to know that we have a fair process. I want to play by the rules. That's the way I was raised. I want a fair shot. Now, I talked to the Department of Revenue. This is a good idea. But this express lane, on the last day before we conclude our business, when you've been talking about it since February? So, Mr. Chair, I would like to introduce my last amendment of tonight, and then I'll take my seat.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L 25?
Amendment L025 by Senator Fields, amend re-engross bill, page 5, line 9, strike 30 and substitute 31, page 5, line 11, strike 29, substitute 30, page 6 after line 20.
Assistant Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, I move L025.
To the amendment, Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Members, if we're going to have a task force, and we know how difficult it is for minority-owned businesses to establish businesses because of maybe not getting a loan, or maybe, I don't know, I don't know how this bill is going to pan out. I don't know if they're going to have 2 yards from the next liquor store. But when I see the amount of liquor stores that are in my community, some are owned and operated by minority-owned businesses, but there are many who would like to obtain license to be able to sell alcohol. But they find themselves challenged by getting a license to be able to operate. We see this often happen in the cannabis business, where we only have one black-owned business that sells cannabis, weed, whatever you want to call it, marijuana. This is to make sure that we have someone in the room that's defining and creating codes as it relates to liquor, having some talk to them about how difficult it might be to get a license to be able to sell alcohol beverages in a business. What we have is people that don't look like me, that are taking advantage of my community by selling alcohol, and they're denied access to have a business there. Basically, what this amendment will do, it will give an opportunity for all the experts, all the other people that are in the room, and someone is going to be in the room to talk about, well, this policy or this regulation or this or that interferes with me to be able to own and operate a business where I can get a license to sell alcohol. We know that there's gatekeepers, and what I mean by gatekeepers, there's some people who are designed in business to keep you out, to keep you from knowing what it takes to own and operate a liquor store. Because they're thinking about themselves, and they're thinking about their bottom line. So I would like not only the voice of the community, thank you for passing that, but I want someone who wants to be a business owner selling alcoholic beverage. I want them to have an opportunity to be in that room and to lend voice to the things that they feel might be a challenge, because right now, the people that are on the list are thinking about their own profit lines, their own bottom lines. They're not thinking about a minority business owner, how they're kind of shut out. This gives them an opportunity for them to maybe create a new narrative that's just not based on the big box liquor stores or maybe the small ones. We need to open up the room, and we need to make sure that we have diverse people on this task force, because right now, I believe that it's missing that.
This your pen?
Yes. No.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, the good senator from Aurora. In the House, if you look at page 6, in the membership, 2 members representing small off-premise retailers, one of whom must represent a minority-owned small off-premise retailer, and the other one is one member representing a minority-owned on-premises retailer. So we did add that, and also in the study and in the reports that are coming, they must be promoting, and they added this in the House too, promoting a fair, ethically and racially diverse, independent and open marketplace. So I think we have addressed that in this bill, so I politely ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I request senatorial 5.
Senatorial 5 has been requested and granted.
You talked about
Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to withdraw L025.
L025 has been withdrawn.
Let me know how you'd like to work on it. Let me know how you'd like to work on it.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of 1417. All those in favor say aye. Oh. All those opposed? Am I?
You made the motion. You made the motion.
Yeah, you chastised me for not being the one.
I've been told to chastise folks for not being in the well once I'm ready to call the question, but because it is the minority leader. Please, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was outside of the chamber and able to hear the wisdom imparted by my good friend from El Paso County, so I wanted to ask if he would mind starting over again.
Thank you.
The senator from El Paso County.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I said earlier today, any bill with a number 1,400 and above is reason to begin at no. And this bill, 1417, has had an interesting development. And you can tell that because if you start with the fiscal note, the first fiscal note, that is May 3rd, and then there's a second one on May 4th. I mean, that's just like this, just bang, bang, bang. The May 3rd fiscal note to this bill says, it's very alarming. It says the bill makes changes to state law related to the sale of alcohol at retail liquor stores and grocery stores for off-premises consumption, including license types, number of locations, and delivery. It also creates an alcohol beverage regulation task force. The bill increases state and local revenue and workload on an ongoing basis. But then it's like several pages long. But then I have a fiscal note that's one page and a couple of lines. And it says, the bill creates the Alcohol Beverage Regulation Task Force. The bill increases state workload in FY 2022-2023 and FY 2023-24. So, you know, I confess I picked up the introduced bill, and I once again did not have the re-engrossed bill in my folder. Again, I think it's just that these things are moving so quickly, and I don't think the printer can even keep up. Because the bill, in its re-engrossed version, does something totally different than making changes to state law related to the sale of alcohol at retail liquor stores and grocery stores for off-premises consumption. So we start with the re-engrossed bill to try to figure out, well, what does this bill do? And it says, be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. That's very important. Did you know that if that line were not there and we passed a piece of legislation and it didn't have that line, it would not be a law in the state of Colorado. That's the enacting clause. And so when you strike everything below the enacting clause, it still says be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado, but if you strike everything below the enacting clause, then there's nothing to enact. But here there's something, and you start to compare it with the introduced bill, and both of them have a section 1 that says in Colorado revised statutes, add 44.3.108 as follows. Okay. 43.108 as follows has a title, Alcohol Beverage Regulation Task Force Legislative Declaration, Creation, Membership, Duties, Report, Definitions, Repeal. And there's this legislative declaration. Now, I think, because this is in all capital letters, this is going to go into the CRS. Well, in fact, it said 44.3.108. You know, not every legislative declaration in a bill will go into the CRS, into the red books. If it doesn't have a section citation, and generally the signal there is that it'll be in regular upper and lowercase sentence structure instead of being in all uppercase. So this is going to go at 44.3.108 in the Colorado Revised Statutes at Title 44. Section 3, or Title 44, Part 3, Section 108. The General Assembly hereby finds that. That's the same in both. There has not been a broad review of the Colorado Liquor Code. I'm still following this. This is still in the re-engrossed version. The Colorado Beer Code, Article 4 of this Title 44, or the other statutes regulating alcohol beverages in recent history. Now, it's interesting to me sometimes the declarations that we make. They may not be really sort of true. They may be wide of the mark. There's not been a broad review of these things. Well, I seem to remember that when I was on my sabbatical after leaving the House and before I came to the Senate, when the 70th General Assembly met, there was something that constituted a broad review. I mean, one of the reasons I was willing to run for the Senate and come back here was I heard that there had been a grand compromise regarding liquor. And because there was, when I was trying to decide should I run for the Senate or not run for the Senate, one of the things I didn't ever want to have to deal with ever again as a legislator was a liquor bill. And when I saw that liquor bill had passed, I was like, I can go back. I'll never have to deal with a liquor bill again. They solved it all. But the 70th General Assembly did not do what they say they did. I think they were honest about that. They were naive is what they were. So was I. I said, gosh, I'll never have to deal with it again. But you know, I did. But I think there's been a broad review. I just don't think people might be happy with the review that was done. Then it says, it seems to be the same, but let's read through it. Growth in the industry and changes in consumer behavior, much of which was accelerated by the COVID-19 pandemic. I wonder what they mean by that. Does that mean people drank a lot more during the pandemic? that changed the market or the consumer behavior? Or did they drink less, or did they drink differently? And was that because of the COVID-19? Was it accelerated by COVID? People took up more, I don't know. But the General Assembly is declaring that, have created an opportunity for enhanced statutory, now talk about naive, have created an opportunity for enhanced statutory clarity in order to alleviate challenges associated with interpreting and enforcing the laws. I'm taken aback that we're creating, I guess you can say we've created an opportunity for enhanced statutory clarity, but I'm telling you, might be an opportunity, but we're not taking it. I'm guessing this is going to be even less clear than where we started out. Did you know that cider isn't like beer? Because beer is a malt beverage. Talk about clarity and things. Cider's vinous. This is more like wine. Even though you drink it like beer, it's more like wine. And we've had to make changes in the liquor code when I was in the House to account for hard cider. So I don't know about this clarity business. Anyway, it says here, additionally, the statutes regulating alcohol beverages have undergone legislative changes in recent years to address specific niche issues, which changes often do not take into account. What does this mean? Let me start that again. Additionally, the statutes regulating alcohol beverages have undergone legislative changes in recent years to address specific niche issues, which changes often do not take into account a holistic view of the codes. Holistic view of the codes? And significant changes are currently under consideration. Well, I wasn't considering any. I wonder who's considering them. Maybe people in the lobby. Either through legislation or ballot initiative. Oh, well, I guess people in the lobby are either lobbying for a bill or they're doing a ballot initiative. I think it's absolutely critical that we understand this and that we know that even if we were to discuss this for another 2.5 hours, we might be able to bring some holistic clarity to the matter. But I suspect there are other things that people would like to bring holistic clarity to. In fact, that phrase is going to earn a place in my lexicon going forward, holistic clarity. And so I think that perhaps the majority leader wishes to speak, and I yield to the majority leader.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and too kind of you, the Senator from El Paso County. Mr. Chair, I move to lay over the balance of the special orders calendar until later today.
The motion is to lay over the balance of the special orders calendar until later today. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will lay over the balance of the special orders calendar to later today. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report, even though I don't think there's anything to report.
The motion for the committee is to rise and report, even though there's nothing to report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee will rise and report. Holistic already? Holistic?
The Senate will come to order. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee is met. Period.
Has it, though?
Has it, though, and had a number of bills under something. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1417 as amended and House Bill 1355 be again laid over until later in the evening, retaining their place on the calendar.
Once again.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move something for the adoption of the report.
Motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Gardner, Lundin, Donovan, Cook, Scott, Coleman, Smallwood, you guys sure you don't want to kill the report? Wouldn't make a difference. With a vote of 28 ayes, 7 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the report is adopted. House Bill 1417 as amended, House Bill 1355 laid over until May 10th, and absolutely nothing was accomplished in retaining their place on the calendar. Consideration of House amendments. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 4?
Senate Bill 4, Senators Rankin and Bridges, Representative McCluskey, concerning measures to support evidence-based literacy instruction for students in early grades and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. President, we move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 4.
Is there any discussion? Senator Rankin.
The House, in their wisdom, added an appropriation clause and changed one word throughout the bill to interventionist from specialist. So those were appropriate amendments, and we urge concurrence.
The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 4. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move repassage of Senate Bill 4 and ask for a yes vote.
The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 4. Are there any no votes? Senator Sonnenberg. Minority Leader Holbert. Scott. With a vote of 32 ayes, 3 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 4 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 51?
Senate Bill 51, Senator Hansen, Representative Sirota, concerning policies to reduce emissions from the built environment.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 51.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 51. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 51 I move for repassage.
The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 51. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Heisey, Gardner, Lundin, Minority Leader Holbert, Liston, Woodward, Rankin, Smallwood. With a vote of 26 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 51 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 118?
Senate Bill 118, Senators Woodward and Henriksen, Representatives Holtorf and Valdez D, concerning the encouragement of the use of geothermal energy by providing similar treatment to solar energy and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Are you good with it? Yeah. Then I'm good with it. You go. Yes. Go ahead. I don't know what. You go. Go.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with the House amendments.
Is there any discussion? What did the House do?
What did you say? They changed.
You're allowed to say I don't know.
What's that?
Is there an explanation to what the House did with our bill? Senator Woodward.
You know, they didn't make it much worse.
It'd be hard to make that bill much worse. Just kidding. Would you like to lay the bill over?
That would be fantastic.
That'd be great. Thanks.
Someone's going to have to make that motion. It was a suggestion, not a motion.
Motion to lay the bill over to two bills.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 118, a couple of bills. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that bill will be laid over. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 153?
Senate Bill 153, Senators Fenberg and Priola, Representative Lontine, concerning increasing internal election security measures and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we accept the amendments we concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 153.
Further discussion. President Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam President. The House, in their infinite wisdom, removed some requirements that were in the training for the county clerks. If you remember way back when we debated this, there's a training for the county clerks. And it removed the disinformation and misinformation component of the training. It also provided a suggestion that the Secretary of State takes that training. And I think that's it. That's what the House did with our bill.
Further discussion. The motion before the body is concurrence on Senate Bill 153. Are there any no votes? Senators Lundin, Minority Leader Holbert, Cook, Gardner, Liston, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer. This is no on concurrence. With a vote of 28 ayes, 7 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, that motion carries. Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for the repass of Senate Bill 153.
The motion before the body is the repassage of Senate Bill 133. Are there any no votes? Minority Leader Holbert, Senators Lundin, Kirkmeyer, Gardner, Smallwood, Woodward, Scott, Cook, Heisey, Sonnenberg, Rankin, Coram, Liston, Simpson. With a vote of 21 ayes, 14 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 153 is repassed. I've never done this. Co-sponsors. I don't think I've ever done concurrence.
Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 161?
Senate Bill 161, Senators Danielson and Hawkes Lewis, Representatives Duran and Froelich, concerning the modernization of procedures for the enforcement of laws governing the employer-employee relationship and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Hawkes Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments for Senate Bill 161.
Is there any discussion or explanation? Okay. The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 161. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Jaquez Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 161.
Motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 161. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Heisey, Simpson, Lundin, Gardner, Liston, Kirkmeyer, Coram, Rankin, Smallwood, Scott, Liston, Cook, Woodward, Minority Leader Holbert, Priola. With a vote of 20 ayes, 15 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 161 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 163? Sorry, 118.
Senate Bill 118, Senators Woodward and Hinrichsen, Representatives Holtorf and Valdez D, concerning the encouragement of the use of geothermal energy by providing similar treatment to solar energy and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. On careful analysis, we realized that the House replaced the letter B where an A should have been and properly inserted the A in its place. So we ask for your concurrence on this, on Senate Bill 118.
That seems suspicious. Senator Priola.
Are they hooked on phonics? Would you say that was A+ work? Oh, I didn't realize there were revised statutes in there.
The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 118. Are there any no votes? Senators Gardner. Please have the president. And Senator Woodward.
No.
With a vote of 33 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 118.
The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 118. Are there any no votes? Senators, Minority Leader Holbert. Lundin. With a vote of 33 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 118 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Senators Rankin. Coram. Colker. Scott.
Co-sponsors.
Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 163?
I got you, kid.
Senate Bill 163, Senators Coleman and Coker, Representative Ricks, concerning establishment of a procurement equity program to remediate disparities in state procurement and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move the Senate concur with House amendments for Senate Bill 163.
Is there any discussion?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. Technical amendments to strike excess words, and that's the explanation.
The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 163. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move the repassage of Senate Bill 163.
Motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 163. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Rankin, Liston, Gardner, Lundin, Cook, Minority Leader Holbert, Scott, Kirkmeyer, Woodward, Smallwood. Heisey, With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 163 is repassed. Co-sponsors.
Co-sponsors. Who did not? Yeah.
Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 170?
Senate Bill 170, Senator Winter, Representatives Gray and Hooten, concerning permissible uses of the money in the Waste Tire Administration Enforcement Market Development and Cleanup Fund and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Winter.
Technical amendment. Thank you, Mr. President. I move for concurrence with House amendments to Senate Bill 170.
Is there any explanation?
It was a technical amendment about rulemaking.
Aren't they all technical?
Yes, that is true. And I do know that the good senators from Sterling and Vale especially appreciate a good waste tire bill.
The motion is to concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 170. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0
No, I'm too tired.
Please mark Senator Lundin as a no vote on concurrence. He had no idea that that's what we were voting on. But let the record show he is opposed and mark him as a no vote. With a vote of 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Winter.
Thank you. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 170.
Motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 170. Are there any no votes? Senators Lundin, Minority Leader Holbert, Gardner, Cook, Liston, Kirkmeyer, Scott, Woodward,
Waste tire?
Quorum, Rankin, Smallwood,
That's good.
Heisey. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 170 is repassed. Co-sponsors.
Cool. Sounds good.
Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 181?
Stand here and look serious. Support it.
Senate Bill 181, Senators Bridges and Simpson, Representatives Cutter and Van Bever, concerning the Behavioral Health Administration's plan to address issues regarding the delivery of behavioral health care services in this state and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
That was the first time all year, I think. Way to go.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President.
We move to concur with the House amendments to our bill.
Is there any explanation?
An abundance of explanation. They fundamentally changed the bill. Mr. President, they included language to define and better describe the purpose of a peer support specialist. And they also added firefighters and first responders to the same opportunities that we afforded to police and sheriffs.
The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 181. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 181.
The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 181. Are there any no votes? With a vote, Senators Lundin. With a vote of 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 181 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 193?
Senate Bill 193, Senators Fenberg and Gonzalez, Representatives Valdez and Froelich, concerning measures to improve air quality in the state and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Gonzalez.
I move Senate Bill 193 I move to concur with the amendments from the House on Senate Bill 193.
Is there any discussion? The motion is to concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 193. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Gonzalez.
I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 193.
Motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 193. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Heisey, Simpson, Lundin, Gardner, Liston, Kirkmeyer, Coram, Rankin, Smallwood, Woodward, Scott, Cook, Heisey, Minority Leader Holbert. With a vote of 21 ayes, 14 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 193 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 204?
Senate Bill 204, Senators Gonzalez and Representatives Lindsay and Gonzalez Gutierrez, concerning repealing the requirement that the federal government confirm certain persons' statuses before issuance of an identification document and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you. I move that the Senate concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 204.
Is there any explanation?
The department wanted more time to strike, to actually not move forward with the SAVE Act check, and they wanted more time to implement said check until the beginning of next year.
The motion, Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, this gives me the perfect opportunity, if they need more time, and we gave them more time, I believe until January of 23, perhaps we should send it to a conference committee and remove the safety clause and put the petition clause on. I'm sorry, sweetie.
The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 204. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Gonzalez.
I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 204.
The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 204. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Heisey, Gardner, Liston, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood, Rankin, Woodward, Scott, Cook, Minority Leader Holbert, Lundin. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 204 is repassed. Co-sponsors.
Talk about those two amendments.
Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 236?
Senate Bill 236, Senators Hansen and Rankin, Representatives McCluskey and Ransom, concerning the review of Medicaid provider rates.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 236.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. The good senator from Sterling is going to love this one. They changed it over to a petition clause. And made minor adjustments to the deadlines to make sure they conform with the process after they adjusted the bill. So pretty minor changes, but I thought the good senator would love to hear about that. So I'd ask for approval.
The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 236. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move for the repassage of Senate Bill 236.
The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 236. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 236 is repassed. Co-sponsors.
Okay.
Senator Smallwood. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 5?
Senate Bill 5, Senators Bridges and Cook, Representatives Robertson Woog, concerning the increase of available funds for law enforcement agency, peace officers, supportive services, and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 5.
Is there any discussion?
Sure. There was a group of folks that wanted to be included in our bill and use the funds in our bill, and we suggested that they write their own bill and find their own funds, and they did write their own bill and still used our funds. So the appropriation in our bill has been reduced by $2 million to just 3 instead of 5.
The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 5. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg.
It's fair. It's fair.
With a vote of 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move for the repassage of Senate Bill 005. Ask for an aye vote.
The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 5. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 5 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 25?
Senate Bill 25, Senator Hansen, Representatives Byrd and McCluskey, concerning state capital financing managed by the state treasurer and in connection therewith expanding the types of collateral that can be used to secure such financing and making an appropriation.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for concurrence on Senate Bill 25 to the House amendments.
Is there any discussion? Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. 2 changes were made in the House. One, reduce the appropriation to $100,000 general fund to get this work done. Also, the bill was changed to require further action if we do move forward with secure token offerings by the legislature.
The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 25. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for repassage of Senate Bill 25.
Motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 25. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 25 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 114?
Senate Bill 114, Senators Heisey and Story, Representatives Robertson Catlin, concerning fire suppression ponds and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with the amendments made in the House.
The motion is to concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 114. Is there any discussion? Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House was able to find yet one more water district that we were able to appease by adding a simple amendment that did not affect the bill.
The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 114. Are there any no votes? Senators Lundin, Simpson. With a vote of 33 ayes, 2 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move for the repassage of Senate Bill 114.
The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 114. Are there any no votes? Senators Simpson, Gardner, Lundin. With a vote of 32 ayes, 3 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 114 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Senators Priola. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 213?
Senate Bill 213, Senators Fields and Sonnenberg, Representatives Valdez and Tipper, concerning continuing support for necessary child care programs and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Fields.
Mr. President, we would like to, we will concur with the House amendment. We move to.
Is there any further discussion on concurrence? Seeing none, the motion before the body is concurrence on Senate Bill 213. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, and 0 excused, that motion carries. Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam President. Move to repass Senate Bill 213.
Right.
The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 213. Are there any no votes? Senators Lundin. Senator Lundin. With a vote of 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 213 is repassed. Co-sponsors.
Who are you talking about? I think they must be talking to
If she comes up. Will the clerk please mark Senator Janal as excused? Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 229?
Senate Bill 229, Senators Story and Hawkes Lewis, Representatives Burnett and Gray, concerning the conditions under which a public trustee shall release a deed of trust.
Senator Hawkes Lewis.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the Senate concur with House amendments for Senate Bill 229.
Is there any discussion?
It was really a technical cleanup. They wanted to include the words production of a legible copy of an original recorded deed.
Thank you for that explanation. The motion, Senator Sonnenberg.
What?
I think he's coming to speak.
Senator Sonnenberg, discussion on concurrence on Senate Bill 229.
Help me, thank you, Madam President. It looks to me like I'm also looking at a change in the board makeup, or, and I'm looking on page, whoops. Starting on page, all of this, on page 13. Help me understand what they did there, if you wouldn't, please.
Sure.
Senator Hawkes Lewis.
Page 13 or page 8?
Page 13.
Oh, I don't, there is no page 13. This 229, 229. I think so.
No wonder it doesn't make sense. I apologize, Madam.
That's okay. That's all right.
The motion before the body is concurrence on Senate Bill 229. Are there any no votes on concurrence? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, concurrence carries. Senator Story.
We move for the repassage of Senate Bill 229.
The motion before the body is the repassage of Senate Bill 229. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 229 is repassed. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 7?
Senate Bill 7, Senators Story and Lee, Representatives Cutter and Snyder, concerning outreach to the public relating to wildfire risk mitigation practices and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Story.
Thank you, Madam President. We move for concurrence on Senate Bill 007 on House amendments.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Story.
Thank you, Madam President. This is just a simple appropriation of the appropriate amount.
The motion before the body is concurrence on Senate Bill 7. Are there any no votes on concurrence? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, that motion carries. Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. We move for repassage of Senate Bill 007.
The motion before the body is the repassage of Senate Bill 7. Is there further discussion? No. No votes. Senators Lundin, Sonnenberg, Heisey, Simpson, Minority Leader Holbert, Smallwood, Woodward, Rankin, Liston, Cook, Scott, Kirkmeyer, Coram, and Gardner. With a vote of 20 ayes, 14 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 7 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please add Senator Janal to the roll?
There you is.
Reconsider if she wants to be recorded on those two. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 43?
Senate Bill 43, Senators Cook and Gonzalez, Representatives Lynch and Duran, concerning enhancing restitution services for victims and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam President. We move to concur with House amendments on Senate Bill 43.
Any discussion?
Yes, Madam President, the House is so incompetent and backwards, we didn't want to send it back over to die under a bunch of bills that they haven't even read yet.
Great discussion. Any no votes on concurrence? On this assessment of the night, with 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, concurrence carries. Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam President. We move for the repassage of Senate Bill 43 and ask for an aye vote.
The motion before the body is the repassage of Senate Bill 43. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 43 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Senator Woodward. Senator Scott. Senator Liston. Senator Rankin. This is co-sponsors on 43. Buckner. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 201?
Senate Bill 201, Senators Lee and Gardner, Representatives Weissman, concerning independent oversight of matters concerning judicial discipline and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam President. We urgently move concurrence with House amendments to Senate Bill 201.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is concurrence on Senate Bill 201. Any no votes?
None. None.
With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, concurrence is adopted. Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. We move for repassage of Senate Bill 201.
The motion before the body is the repassage of Senate Bill 201. Are there any no votes?
Now the work begins.
With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 201 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 215?
Senate Bill 215, Senators Hansen and Zenzinger, Representatives Harrod and McCluskey, concerning the creation of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act cash fund to be used for non-federal match funding requirements for infrastructure projects eligible to receive federal funding under the Federal Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to concur with House amendments on Senate Bill 215.
Any discussion? Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam President. The appropriation was changed from $81 million to $80,250,000 in the House.
The motion before the body is concurrence on Senate Bill 215. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, that motion is passed. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 215.
The motion before the body is the repassage of Senate Bill 215. Are there any no votes? Minority Leader Holbert. Senators Lundin, Kirkmeyer, Gardner, Smallwood, Woodward, Sonnenberg, Heisey, Liston. No votes on 215. With a vote of 26 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 215 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 120?
Senate Bill 120, Senators Janal and Quorum, Representative Sullivan, concerning the regulation of carbon processors and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Madam President. We reject the House amendments and ask that a conference committee be appointed.
The motion before the body is that the Senate reject House amendments and a conference committee be appointed. All those in are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, rejection of the House and Conference Committee was passed. Impressive, huh? So, we have made appointments. We're just on 124. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 124?
Senate Bill 124, Senators Woodward and Coker, Representatives Ortiz and Van Winkle, concerning the authority of a pass-through business entity to elect to pay state income taxes at the entity level.
Senator Colker.
We move to concur with the House amendments.
Is there further discussion? Senator Colker.
Yes, we tried to slip one past the goalie over here, and they caught it and changed the date back to September of 2023 and kept the fiscal note low, so we're going to stick with it.
The motion before the body is concurrence on Senate Bill 124. Are there any no votes?
You can.
With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, concurrence is passed. Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam President. We move for the repassage of Senate Bill 124.
The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 124. Are there any no votes?
Look at that.
With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 124 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Senate Bill 124. Your name is not, your name is already on it. Please add Minority Leader Holbert. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 150?
Senate Bill 150, Senators Danielson, Representatives Duran and Harrod, concerning responding to the missing Indigenous persons crisis and in connection therewith, establishing the Office of Liaison for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Relatives and making an appropriation.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam President Pro Tem. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 150.
Any discussion? Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam President Pro Tem. I just want to take a quick moment because I know this is a busy evening. But I stand here today with a red handprint on my face, And I think that most of you understand that that has come to be known as the symbol for missing and murdered Indigenous relatives. And I stand in solidarity with our Indigenous friends and neighbors across the state who have come to us with this bill, requested that the legislature support their needs, create the office of MMIR, and begin to address this crisis that is drastically impacting Indigenous families all across Colorado. I want to say to the community here in the metro area, all across Colorado, and the tribal councils of both the Mountain Ute and the Southern Ute Indian tribes, thank you for your advocacy, for standing strong for what you need for this community, and for coming to us with a really solid proposal to begin to address this crisis. To my colleagues in the Senate, again, I thank you. This is a really critical issue. And because of what the community has brought to us and because of your support, this is a really bold step forward that Colorado is taking. And we should take pride in our vote today. And I definitely renew my commitment to continue to work on this issue to see it through. And I sincerely hope that alongside us here in the Senate and the House, the executive chambers will do the same and respect the Indigenous community across Colorado. Thank you all very much for your time, and I urge the adoption of the amendment.
The motion is concurrence. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, concurrence is adopted. Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam President Pro Tem. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 150.
The motion before the body is the repassage of Senate Bill 150. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood, Woodward, Minority Leader Holbert, Lundeen, Gardner, Scott, Woodward, I got you, Cook, Liston. With a vote of Senator Hayes, you as a yes vote, is that correct? With a vote of 25 ayes, 10 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 50 is repassed. Co-sponsors, and correction, I believe I said 50. Senate Bill 150 is repassed. Co-sponsors on Senate Bill 150. Senators Kolker, already have you. Lee, have you. Buckner, have you. Priola, please add Priola. Please add Fields. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 224?
Senate Bill 224, Senators Fenberg and Gardner, Representative Tipper and Soper, concerning the creation of the Donor-Conceived Persons and Families of Donor-Conceived Persons Protection Act and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 224.
Any discussion? President Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam President. The House made a couple of small changes. First, they extended the implementation by a year, clarified some industry best practices, and instead of specifying how to reach out to families by mail, email, and phone, just simply said reasonable methods.
The motion before the body is concurrence on Senate Bill 224. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, noes on concurrence? Senator Bridges is a no on concurrence. With the vote of 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, and 0 excused, that motion is passed. President Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 224.
The motion before the body is the repassage of Senate Bill 224. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 224 Correction, with a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 224 is repassed. Co-sponsors on Senate Bill 224. Please add Senator Priola. Senator Bridges, you're on it.
Are you doing it or you do it? I'll do it. You get to do the talking.
Okay. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 226?
Senate Bill 226, Senators Hawkes, Lewis, and Rankin, Representative Mullica, concerning measures to support the healthcare workforce and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Hawkes Lewis.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 226.
Is there any discussion?
Sure. We added in 2 other careers, medical assistant and dental assistant, and they did. That's the gist of it, really.
The motion before the body is concurrence on Senate Bill 226. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, concurrence is passed. Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Madam President. We move for the repassage of Senate Bill 226.
The motion before the body is the repassage of Senate Bill 226. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 226 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please add Senator Priola.
I do, yeah.
Buckner, you're on it.
You do it and I'll move for repassage.
Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 233?
Senate Bill 233, Senators Henriksen and Rodriguez, Representatives Exum and Doherty, concerning an additional mechanism to refund excess state revenues for state fiscal year 2021-22 only, that provides a refund in an identical amount to each qualified resident individual and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Madam President?
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
The position in the agenda determines the title, not your actual title.
Whoa. Can I
Don't worry, multiple people have gone asunder.
Thank you, Madam President. So the House made some clarifying language, and they also made the bill a little bit better depending on the exact fiscal situation of the state at the end of the fiscal year. It can go beyond the...
Did you move to concur?
I thought that's what you were doing.
Oh.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate concur with the House on Senate Bill 233.
The motion is concurrence on Senate Bill 233. Is there any discussion? Are there any no votes on concurrence on Senate Bill 233? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, concurrence carries. Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 233 and ask for an aye vote.
The motion before the body is the repassage of Senate Bill 233. Are there any no votes? Senators Simpson, Liston, Sonnenberg, and Kirkmeyer. Minority Leader Holbert, Gardner, Rankin, and Smallwood. Lundin, Cookie, and Scott.
I got the explanation. You want to do the repassage? I'll do the first part.
With a vote of 24 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 233 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 234?
Senate Bill 234, Senators Hansen and Rankin, Representatives Ortiz and Snyder, concerning unemployment compensation.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for concurrence with House amendments on Senate Bill 234.
Any discussion? Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam President. The House added some study language to make sure that the Department, Colorado Department of Labor and Employment, and the U.S. Department of Labor are in connection to make sure we are conforming to federal law with the changes that were made in this bill.
The motion before the body is concurrence on Senate Bill 234. Are there any no votes on concurrence? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, concurrence is passed. Senator Rankin.
Madam President, we move for the repassage of Senate Bill 234.
The motion before the body is the repassage of Senate Bill 234. Are there any no votes? Senators Lundin, Gardner, Kirkmeyer, Minority Leader Holbert, Cook, Liston, Woodward. These are no votes on 234. With a vote of 28 ayes, 7 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 234 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Madam President. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move for the reconsideration of Senate Bill 233.
The motion is for the reconsideration of Senate Bill 233. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will reconsider Senate Bill 233. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 233?
Senate Bill 233, Senators Henriksen and Rodriguez, Representatives Exum and Doherty, concerning an additional mechanism to refund excess state revenues for state fiscal year 2021-22 only, that provides a refund in an identical amount to each qualified resident individual and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 233 and ask for an aye vote.
The motion before the body is the repassage of Senate Bill 233. Are there any no votes? Senator Priola. Minority Leader Holbert. Cook. Scott. Senators Gardner, Liston, Simpson, Smallwood, Rankin, Coram, Kirkmeyer, Sonnenberg. Lundin. Only have 9 noes. With a vote of, please add Minority Leader Holbert. You have 10 noes. 233. You have 10 noes.
Can you just call it out again?
The noes on Senate Bill 233 currently recorded are Coram, Priola, Lundin, Kirkmeyer, Holbert, Rankin, Scott, Simpson, Smallwood, Sonnenberg. Are there any no votes on 233? Please add Senator Gardner, Senator Liston. Senator Cook. With a vote of 22 ayes, 13 noes, 0 absent and 0 excused, Senate Bill 233 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Majority Leader Moreno.
We're going back to specials. We don't have anything else on the calendar. Coleman? I don't know what you're looking at, but I'm going to go look.
I'm getting the same text.
Right.
Do we need to clarify on the mic at all?
Yeah, that's already. Well, what's happening? Okay, so the lobby's convinced that 1355 was passed and waived over. What? No, right. They're checking. We adopted it. We adopted the committee of the whole report. Tell them to.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the Senate resolve and subject committee of the whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills.
The motion before the body is that the Senate resolve itself into special orders, second reading of bills. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will resolve itself into the committee of the order for special reading.
Special order, second reading.
For special order, second reading of bills, and Senator Coleman will take the chair.
And Gap. The committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1417?
Are we running that amendment or not?
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I request a senatorial 5.
Senatorial 5 has been requested and granted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to proceed out of order for the consideration of House Bill 1244.
The motion is to proceed out of order for House Bill 1244. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order for 1244. Will clerk please read the title of House Bill 1244?
House Bill 1244, Representatives Kennedy and Gonzalez Gutierrez, Senator Gonzalez, concerning measures to increase public protection from toxic air contaminants and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1244 with the SVMA and the Appropriations Committee reports.
And we've already adopted those committee reports, and so Senator Gonzalez, to the bill. The motion is Senator Sonnenberg. To the bill, yes. Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this bill deals with air quality that also goes towards federal regs, including Reg 8, including Reg 112. And I understand that I see my good friend here that may have an amendment, and perhaps before I talk about those regs, I ought to see what that amendment is. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There's an amendment of the desk. Will the clerk please read L81?
Amendment
Senator Henriksen.
081.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The amendment before you.
Please move the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L81.
To the amendment, Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amendment L81 is a product of lengthy agreements, and it moves decisions back for revisions to the General Assembly, and I would ask for an aye on Amendment 81.
Motion is the adoption of L81. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L81 is adopted. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of 1244. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 1244 establishes health-based standards to protect Coloradans from toxic chemicals emitted from industrial sites that produce a particularly harmful class of air pollutants known as air toxics. My interest in this policy is rooted in the fact that I represent the most polluted zip code, not only in Colorado, but in the country. And we've heard testimonies from doctors who have spoken about the fact that they see higher incidences of asthma, chronic respiratory illnesses, severe burns and pains, seizures, pulmonary edema, asthma, and exacerbated diabetes and chronic lung disease, not only from my community, but also from Pueblo, also from Lakewood, also from Colorado Springs, from Loveland, from Greeley, from Commerce City, from across the state. I ask for an aye vote on House Bill 1244.
Motion is the adoption of 1244. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 1244 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1417?
House Bill 1417, Representatives Robertson Larson, Senator Rodriguez, concerning the regulation of alcohol beverages and in connection therewith creating an alcohol beverage regulation task force.
Senatorial 5.
Senatorial 5 has been requested and granted. We are back. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1417 layover until tomorrow, May 11th.
Motion is to lay over House Bill 1417 until tomorrow, May 11th. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 1417 will be laid over tomorrow, May 11th. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Motion for the committees to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, the committee will rise and report. That's right. That's right. Third time. Oh my goodness.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills. Once again, being the second reading thereof, it makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1244 is amended, passed on second reading, and ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1417, as amended, laid over until May 11, 2022, and retaining its place on the calendar.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
Motion is for the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? Senator Sonnenberg. With a vote of 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted.
You're going to give him a...
House Bill 1244 is amended, passed on second reading, order revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1417 is amended, laid over until May 11th, and retaining its place on the calendar. Announcements. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adjourn till 9 a.m. tomorrow, May 11th.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will adjourn until 9 a.m. tomorrow.